Hello my dear students, welcome back. So today we are going to start with chapter number 11. Okay, we have completed 10 chapters of your part A and now we are into the 11th chapter, that is setting up of business outside India. Okay, so in this chapter we are going to learn how to set up a business outside India, which laws are applicable to us, who is a regulating authority. Along with that, what is a FEMA, what are ODI rules, that is Overseas Direct Investment Rules and Regulations, and we are going to learn setting up of company in 5 different countries, starting with New Zealand. Then we are going to see how to set up a company in Singapore, then in Hong Kong, after that USA, and the last one is UK. So with that, we shall complete our chapter. Don't worry at all, that is not your cumbersome procedure. Like in company law also, you had a chapter on the global developments. On the same basis, we have a small part in this, but how to tackle with this part we are going to discuss, so you don't worry on it. So without wasting time, let's start. So as I told you, name of the chapter, it's setting up of business outside India. And when we are setting up that business, what are the issues which we face, that we are going to learn. Okay. So the weightage of this chapter is around 5 to 8 marks. What is the weightage? Weightage is around 5 to 8 marks. Before starting with this chapter, let's go to some history. Okay, we are going to learn some history. Now, you might have heard name FEMA. What is a FEMA? FEMA is nothing but it's a Foreign Exchange Management Act. What is FEMA? Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. It's very much essential to know the year also. We cannot write any act's name without the year. It is just like writing a name without a surname. Okay, so it will be very inappropriate to write name without a surname. The same way, we cannot write act without the year. So FEMA Act 1999. Now you will tell me, ma'am, why are you talking about the FEMA? I am talking about FEMA over here because we are going to set up business outside India. Now tell me one thing, whenever we have a foreign exchange, don't you think so FEMA is applicable to us? Definitely. FEMA is applicable to us whenever we do foreign exchange. That's why we are going to learn a part of FEMA over here, and the rest of the FEMA you will be learning in your EBCL, which is in your group 2. Okay, so under FEMA, as I have discussed with you earlier as well, okay, under FEMA, there are 2 kinds of transactions. One is your FDI, another is your ODI. This we have discussed in chapter number 10. Yes. What is a FDI? FDI is foreign direct investment, and what is ODI? Overseas direct investment. So FDI and ODI. We are going to learn that in detail. Before that, let's go to some history. So when is FEMA applicable to us? FEMA is applicable to us whenever we do foreign exchange. Indian currency getting converted into US dollars, that's a foreign exchange. US dollars getting converted into Indian currency, that's a foreign exchange. So wherever Indian currency is getting converted, or any currency is getting converted into Indian currency, the FEMA is applicable to us. So whenever FEMA is applicable to us, who is a nodal officer for this? Nodal officer or a regulatory officer, he is none other than RBI, Reserve Bank of India. funds or funds related, any transaction, any business, anybody is doing, everywhere we have read that who is a regulatory? RBI. So RBI will be regulating your FEMA transaction as well. Okay, going ahead now. Before 1991, this is a history, so let's write it in red. Before 1991. This era we are looking about 1991 and before. Okay, there was a crash of economy. There is a crash in economy before 1991. Our foreign exchange reserves were about to collapse. There was nothing with the Indian government. So 1991 proved to be golden year for many things. 1991 proved to be golden year for many things. So now you will have a question, ma'am, this FEMA Act came in 1999, very correct. Then which was the act earlier which was governing FEMA? Very good question. The act before FEMA was FERA. Which act was there? FERA. What is FERA? The full form of FERA is Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. Foreign Exchange Regulation Act. So before your FEMA, there was a FERA. Now what is the difference between two? Can you find the difference? FEMA talks about the management and your FERA talks about the regulation. So FERA were more stricter than FEMA. FERA was more stricter than FEMA. Cumbersome procedures were there. So nobody liked to do foreign exchange because for each and every transaction they had to take the RBI approval under FERA, which was cumbersome procedure, and slight mistake you do, any mistake you do, you will be liable for the penalty. So many less people would do the foreign exchange under FERA. Also, if we write the difference between the two, FERA and the FEMA, FERA was more stricter, it had stringent rules and regulations. FERA had stringent rules and regulations. FEMA's rules and regulations are not stringent as FERA. So, less stringent. Okay. Over here, foreign exchange is regulated. In FERA, foreign exchange was regulated. And under FEMA, foreign exchange is managed. It's only managed. If I talk in a layman's language, FERA is tiger with the tooth. It is about to pounce on you and it pounces each and every time and you have to pay huge penalties. This is not in case of FEMA. Till the time you are doing things correctly, nobody is going to question you. Once you do something contravention to the FEMA, the rules which are less stricter than FEMA, then in that case, what do you have to do? Pay the penalties. After that, when there was a FERA, the only medium of foreign exchange was import and export. Okay. So whenever FERA came, we were only doing import and export. There was no FDI or ODI. So there was no FDI or ODI till 1991. That's why I told you 1991 proved to be golden year for many things. One thing is liberalization, industrialization. Other one is introduction of ODI, FDI. So when FERA came, Till that time, for foreign exchange, we were only doing import and export. That's why our government concentrated more on exports. If exports are there, we can earn more of foreign exchange. Got it? So, whenever we talk about the medium of foreign exchange before 1991, only import and export, there was no FDI. When we talk about the FEMA already had FDI and ODI. It already had FDI and ODI. Okay, this was a basic difference between the FEMA and the FERA. Now, as I told you, in 1991, till 1991, there was only import and export. So, any person, any Indian entity who wants to do business globally, they had only one way out. What was that way out? Only and only export. Okay. They did not have any chance to go outside India and set up business outside India because the provisions were not there up to 1991. But in 1991, this was a golden year. Why it was a golden year? Because there was introduction of ODI. Introduction of overseas direct investment. ODI is nothing but overseas direct investment. Your government opened the gates for the ODI. So along with the exports, if any of the Indian entity want to set up business outside India, now they can go outside India and do it. But again in 1991, it was a FERA or a FEMA? It was a FERA. So strict rules, strict regulation. So many less people went outside India. Okay, because the procedure was very cumbersome. Now what to do? Then your government of India, it felt the need. Okay, it felt need for change in rules of your foreign exchange. Okay. So one committee was set for them, and committee said that it's not possible to change so many rules, rather we adopt a new act only. Why can't we adopt a new act? There came the way for your FEMA. So in 1999, FEMA was established. Okay, so in 1999, your FEMA was approved by both the houses of the parliament. It also received the assent of the president, and now the FEMA was there. This led to abolishment of FERA. So FEMA was replaced by the FERA. I hope you have understood what all things we have discussed till now. Okay, first of all, we discussed what is a FEMA. FDI, ODI we are going to discuss. Okay, so till 1991 only the medium of foreign exchange was import export. 1991 proved a golden year for many things. One of them was it opened the gates of ODI. Also till then which act was there? FERA was there. FERA is more stricter than the FEMA. Also after that we saw why there was a need for a new act, because the stringent rules and regulations were there. So FEMA was replaced by your FERA. Clear? Understood? So your FERA was replaced by the FEMA. So FEMA took over the FERA. I hope you have understood this. So let's understand what is a ODI. Okay. Before starting with the ODI, I want to tell you few points. For those who have not done with chapter number 10, under FEMA I have told you there are two kinds of investment. One is your foreign direct investment, and another one is overseas direct investment. Foreign direct investment and overseas direct investment. Under foreign direct investment, what happens? your foreign entity or any person from foreign entity comes and invest in India. Okay, that is called as an FDI. But what is an ODI? ODI means Indian entity going outside India for setting up business over there. And what is the name of this chapter? Setting up of business outside India. So in this chapter we are going to learn more about what is ODI. So ODI means any of the Indian entity going outside India and investing there. So investing outside India. So can Indian company make the subsidiaries over there? Answer is yes, because we are investing there. So in FDI, foreigners are coming in India and investing. In ODI, we are going outside India and investing there. FEMA is not that difficult, guys, but it would be very easy if you imagine. So when I say a word ODI, you should start imagining that Indians are going outside India and investing money over there. So this visualization will help you to see how things happen in FEMA. Otherwise, you will always get confused. So when I say FDI, you should imagine the foreigner coming in and investing in India. I hope this is clear. Now, under FEMA, FDI, ODI we have understood, that's great. But under FEMA, there are two routes. Under FEMA, there are two routes. First route is an automatic route. First one is an automatic route and another one is an approval route. You can also call it as a government route. Okay, so one is automatic, another one is an approval route. Automatic route means what? You are in that category where you don't require RBI approval, but directly we can do the transaction. Okay, we are into that category. We don't require RBI approval, but directly we can do the transaction. We have to just give an intimation. So prior approval not required, only requirement is intimation. So what is automatic route? No prior approval. No prior approval. What is required? Only intimation. We only require intimation to RBI. This is your automatic route. What about the approval or the government route? Over here we are into that category. We have to take prior approval of RBI. So without RBI says yes, we cannot proceed with the transaction. Okay, so in approval route, prior approval of RBI is required. We cannot continue with the transaction without the approval. This prior word is very important. Suppose I do that transaction. If I do XYZ transaction and then I take the approval, then I apply for the approval, is it okay? No. Then I have not complied with the law correctly because the law requires me to take the prior permission. So prior permission I have to take. Is it clear? Everybody understood? So we have learnt what is FEMA, the two investment under FEMA, FDI where foreigners coming in India investing, ODI where we are going outside and investing. After that we have learned that in FEMA there are two routes. The first route is the automatic route where prior approval is not required, only intimation is required. But approval route we require a prior permission from RBI. Is it clear? Crystal clear? Very good. Now, let's go to our notes. The initial things I have already made you understand. Okay? Yes. I would like you to first go through what are the majors ODI done by our Indian entities. So some of our Indian entities have already invested outside India. Now this is basically for your reference purpose. You need not remember all of this, but only remember 2 to 3, so that if it comes in exam you would be comfortable to give the example of ODIs. So first one, there was a Indian conglomerate, that is Reliance Industry. They invested, now they have already invested, okay, $25 million in US based Israel Jerusalem innovation incubator, okay, which will focus on the startups, and basically they want to go into big data analytics wherever your Google is, okay. Google deals in that only, Internet of Things and other areas. So now Reliance is stepping into some other big thing. After that, Adani Enterprise, okay, it had also received his final approval, and now it is going to invest in some Australia based Carmichael Mines rail project. It is going to be the world's biggest infrastructure project, and where they are going to invest 16.5 billion US dollars. It is going to be one of the largest single infrastructure job creating development in Australia. Then there is a Intas Pharma. It purchased two companies from UK and Ireland. From UK it purchased Actavis UK, and from Ireland Actavis Ireland. Okay, it is in the pharma sector basically, and they have invested 600 million Great Britain pounds. GBP is a Great Britain pounds. Then we have a private equity firm in India called as a Everstone Group, along with its arm which is based in the Singapore. It has acquired US based global CRM solution provider by investing 150 million US dollars. After that we know a company called as Wipro, okay, it's a best software company. It has invested 500 million US dollars for US based cloud services. Basically it wanted to take the cloud services from the Aperio, and that's why it has invested. Then as we discuss Adani Enterprise, it is going to develop 1000 megawatt solar power in Australia in the period of 5 years. Then we have Sun Pharma. It's a very biggest drug maker. It has acquired a license of Switzerland based Novartis. The license is relating to the cancer drug, and by investing 175 million US dollars. Then we have WNS Global Services. This is a Indian process management company. It has acquired Denali Sourcing Services, which is a US based, by investing 40 million US dollars. Then there is a Aurobindo Pharma. It has purchased the Portugal based Generis Pharmaceutica. Over there we don't write it as a PHAR pharma, but they write it as a FAR because it's a Portuguese. So it has invested almost 135 million euros. After that we have Motherson Systems. This is an automobile company in India. It has acquired Finland based Truckwire, that is PKC Group, for 571 million euros. So these are the some of the ODIs done by Indian entities. If we talk about the exam point of view, you need not remember all of this, but remember 2 or 3. So how much you have to remember? Only 2 or 3 you are going to remember. These are the ODIs. Now let's go to the definition of ODI. We will learn the definition from our notes little later. First let's understand what is an ODI. So ODI basically it is an investment by Indian party. So ODI is an investment done by an Indian party. Where in India? No. Outside India. So they have done investment outside India. Okay. Now under which route it has done? It has done investment outside India either by automatic route or approval route. So either under automatic route or under approval route. How it has done investment? When you do investment, you have to contribute, right? So you can invest outside India in the LLP form, yes. So when you invest in the LLP form, you have to give contribution. When you are making a subsidiary, investing in any of the company, you have to subscribe to the equity shares, right? So how you have acquired? You have invested by contribution to the capital or equity shares. Okay, or you may also give financial commitments for that. Now what are the financial commitments? When you give loan to any person, that is a financial commitment. Or when you become a guarantor, if Mr. A is there, he has taken loan from bank. Banker says, what is a guarantee? A says, Vandita Doshi is a guarantee for me. So if Mr. A is not paying loan, I am going to give guarantee. I have to pay. Yes. So when Indian entity is giving guarantee for any of the foreign companies, even that is a financial commitment. Okay. So what is a financial commitment? Giving loan or any of the guarantee. Okay. Now, how do you subscribe to the equity share? Subscription to the equity shares can be done in many ways. You subscribe to the memorandum and articles. The first way you become the first investor in the company, right? After that, you can also purchase from the open market. Okay? Or if company does a private placement, private placement concept you have heard in the Companies Act. If you have not heard there, we have also done this in chapter number 9. So this is the definition of our ODI. So let's go to our notes and read what is an ODI. As per RBI, as per Reserve Bank of India, overseas direct investment means investments made either automatic route or a approval route by contribution to capital or subscription to MOA of a foreign entity, very important, foreign entity, or you are purchasing the existing shares of the foreign entity by market purchase or the private placement or through the stock exchange, and you are having a long term interest in the foreign entity. So whenever we want to form a ODI, we want to do ODI, always it's compulsory we do joint venture or a wholly owned subsidiary. So what is important over here? Either we make a joint venture or we make wholly owned subsidiary. So then only we call it as an overseas direct investment. JV is joint venture, which we have discussed in chapter number 10. Wholly owned subsidiary means acquisition of 99.99% shares of any company. This we have learned in chapter number 4. So JV means contribution to the foreign entity by forming JV or a WOS. Okay, this is your ODI. This is not a portfolio investment. You are not doing it for just the sake of written, but you want a control in that, you want decision making in that, and you are interested in their business. You want to go globally over there. That's why you are doing the overseas direct investment. So I hope you have understood what is ODI. Now start with the next topic, which is master direction ODI. So what is an ODI? It's an Indian entity investing outside India for the purpose of having long-term interest in that investment by automatic route or a approval route, by contributing to the capital of LLP, or if it is a company, then contributing to the share capital of the company. So this is how we do overseas direct investment. So please remember, whenever any entity does overseas direct investment, they either make joint venture or a wholly owned subsidiary. They may also give financial commitments to that particular entity. So now we are going to see how can we do the overseas direct investment. Like we have various rules and regulations for doing any transaction in the company law. If we want to do any foreign exchange transaction, we have a law on FEMA. On FEMA also different subject matter is there. So on different subject matters, in the time to come, RBI issues various master directions. So master direction is nothing but rules and regulations issued by RBI on a particular subject. So what is a master direction? Directions issued by RBI on a particular subject. So whenever RBI issues directions on a particular subject, it is called as a master direction. It will consist of rules and regulations for effecting the ODI. Now we are talking about master direction of an ODI. I hope you remember in chapter number 2 also we learned something like this. That was a master circular for setting up of branch office in India. On the same lines we have a master direction to do the overseas direct investment. Now whatever master direction is issued by the RBI, where do we find that? You can find that on the RBI website. Where do we find it? On the RBI website. Like, if there are any amendments in the company law, if anything issued by our MCA, where do we find it? On the MCA website, that is mca.gov.in. Likewise, whenever there is any amendments done in the FEMA rules and regulations or ODI, FDI which are issued by RBI, where do we find that? On the RBI website. I hope it is clear. Now, if RBI wants to do any amendment, if RBI wants to do amendment, so it wants to do amendment in the master direction which it has issued. How it can do amendment and who can do that? The person who is issuing it, that is RBI only, can do amendments in the master direction. How? Two ways are there. Either by issuing circular on the amendment or by issuing the press release on that. Okay, circular or the press release on that. Everything we can find on the RBI website. I hope this is very clear. Now, why do we go for overseas direct investment? What is the reason? We have seen that we form joint ventures or a wholly owned subsidiary by going outside India. But why do we do that? Because it's a medium of economy and a business cooperation between India and other countries. As I told you earlier, before 1991, it was only import and export that we did. We did not have opportunity of ODI, cash transactions were not there. But after 1991, it has paved the way for the cash remittances also. Also, we can go for ODI. Also, the reasons for doing ODI, you can mark this: transfer of technology. As you know that the foreign entities, they have very strong technology. And we really require that because we also want our India to be digitally strong. So we take their help. So instead of buying products from there, instead of buying raw materials, that is importing from other country, why don't we set up the studios or why don't we set up the particular company outside India? So this will help you in reducing the cost. Also skill sharing, sharing of results of research and development. If you want to go wider, that is for the global markets. If you want to go for your brand image, if you want to go for a generation of employment, if you want to do utilization of raw materials which are available in India and in the host country. So these are the various reasons we go for the overseas direct investment. I hope this is very, very clear. Overseas direct investment, if we increase, that will lead to growth in our economy because we will have a lot of foreign exchange coming in India. So now even exports are growing, even ODIs are growing, even FDIs are growing. This has led to expansion of our economy as a whole. Now, there are two types of transactions under FEMA. There are two kinds of transactions under FEMA. One is current account transaction, another one is a capital account transaction. Now, what is a current account transaction? First of all, we are going to see current account transaction means any transaction which is going to have effect on your profit and loss account. Example, if you are in India, you want to study abroad, so you take loan outside India, or you have given fees to the college which is there outside India. So you have paid there, so it is an expenditure. Will you show that in your balance sheet? The answer is no. We will show that in our P&L. Other example, medical facilities. Other example, traveling abroad, vacations, etc. So all this will affect your balance sheet, hence these transactions are called as current account transactions. The other kind of transaction we have is a capital account transaction. This transaction have effect on the balance sheet of an entity. So the example, making JVWOS outside India, that is making investments outside India, giving them loan, giving them guarantee, all this appears on the balance sheet. That's why it is called as a capital account transaction. I hope this is very clear. There are two types of transaction, current account and a capital account. Now tell me, doing ODI comes under which transaction? Is it current account or it is a capital account? You're correct, it comes under capital account because we are investing outside India and it is going to appear on your asset side of your balance sheet under investments. Hence, it is a capital account transaction. I hope this is clear. Now, let's go ahead. Which act we are learning? We are learning Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. As I told you, there are two types of transactions over here. One is current account transaction, another one is capital account transaction. There are certain permissible transactions which are capital account transaction, and also they have set the limit for each and every transaction. If you exceed the limit of your capital account transaction, you need to take the approval route for that. Okay, so now this particular section is going to prohibit, which section? Section 6 subsection 3. It prohibits, it restricts, it regulates various transactions. Now which rules are we learning over here? We are going to learn about foreign exchange management, transfer or issue of any foreign security regulation 2004. This particular thing, see, if you can see the name, transfer or issue of any foreign security. So when any person is subscribing to any of the foreign security, they have to comply with this rules given under. Now under these rules, if we want to do overseas direct investment, okay, we can either form joint venture or we can either form a wholly owned subsidiary outside India. So if any Indian entity want to do overseas direct investment, they have to either form a JV or form a wholly owned subsidiary outside India. This is what we have discussed. Now how can they form? There are two routes. As discussed earlier, there are two routes. First one, automatic route or a approval route. So this overseas investment can be made by two routes, automatic route and the approval route. Now we are going to see what are the eligible entities. Now what do we refer to as an Indian party? Who all are eligible to do a foreign transaction, that is your overseas direct investment? Please remember this, very very important. Who all are eligible to do a overseas direct investment? So first, any company incorporated in India as per Companies Act 2013 or any company law before, or any of the body which is created by your parliament. So they are talking about your statutory companies. So even your statutory companies are allowed to do overseas direct investment. Second one, LLP is allowed. Okay, they should be registered under LLP Act. This is but obvious because we cannot form LLP without registration under the Act. After that, we have a partnership firm, but very important, it should be a registered partnership. An unregistered partnership cannot do overseas direct investment. So your partnership firm should be registered. After that, any other entity as notified by your RBI. So till now RBI has notified only three kinds of entity. Please remember, one is your company along with the statutory company, another one is your LLP, third one is your registered partnership. That's it. These are the eligible people who can do overseas direct investment. I hope you have understood what is a master direction. I hope you have understood what is the overseas direct investment, what are the two different routes, and if any Indian entity wants to do ODI, how can they do? By forming JV or WOS. After that, we have seen what are the eligible entities who can do ODI. One more time, let's revise. Company, LLP, partnership firm which is registered, any other entity as notified by RBI. Now in the next video, we are going to continue with the master direction, but yes, we are going to see the prohibitions where ODI is not allowed. Now we are going to see what are the prohibitions under ODI. Just imagine, I have always told you to imagine whenever you are learning FEMA. So just imagine any of the Indian entity, it is going to invest outside India. What it is going to do? Invest outside India. Okay, so when they are investing outside India, what are the prohibitions for that? Means where the investment cannot be done outside India, this is what we are going to see. I hope you have understood. So now let's quickly begin. Very first prohibition, they say that ODI is not allowed in the real estate sector. So Indian entity cannot do investment in real estate outside India. Okay. So any of the Indian entity, if it wants to do investment outside India, they cannot do investment in such a foreign company or an entity whose main object will be dealing in the real estate. Now every real estate is not prohibited, but specifically who are dealing in TDRs. What is TDRs? TDR is transferable development rights. Transferable development rights. So any entity who is dealing in transferable development rights, Indian entity cannot invest in that. Okay. Also, it cannot invest in buying and selling of flats, etc. But when we talk about construction of an infrastructure, that is okay, there we can invest. So where are the prohibitions? Any entity dealing in TDRs or any entity dealing into buying and selling of the real estate projects, we are not supposed to invest in that. So let's read what is written in your theory. So Indian parties are prohibited from making investment or a financial commitment. I have told you what is a financial commitment, giving loan or a guarantee, right? In foreign entity who are engaged in real estate. Means what? Which is dealing in buying, selling of real estate or trading in transferable development right. But we can very well invest in development of township, construction of residential, commercial premises, roads, bridges. Very clear with this. Now you will have question, ma'am, what is TDR, transferable development right? Suppose there is one complex. In that, three buildings were allowed. Three buildings were allowed of 10 story each. And they have got the permission also to construct 10-story building in this premises. Now your builder want to construct 4 buildings. The builder want to construct 4 buildings. So what he applies to the authority saying that I am ready to cut down on the number of floors on the pre-approved project. So instead of 10, I am ready to construct 8 floor building. Okay, so over here 2 floors have been reduced. So these 2 floors were already approved one. And he says that I want to construct one more building of 6 floors. So what he is doing? He is asking for transferable development right. So this is called as a TDRs. So any entity who is dealing in TDRs or buying selling of flats except of construction of building, roads, bridges, complexes, we cannot invest in that. So we can very well invest in the construction of township. The answer is yes. Okay, now the second restriction says that, I don't call it as a prohibition but it's a restriction. It says that if we want to invest in the banking sector, if any of the Indian entity want to invest in the banking sector, we require prior approval of RBI. What do we require? A prior approval of RBI is required to invest in the banking sector. I hope this is clear. So this was a restriction, not a prohibition. And the third one, whenever we have invested in any foreign entity, whenever we have invested in any foreign entity and this foreign entity has ODI by an Indian entity. So Indian entity has done ODI in this foreign entity, and such foreign entity is prohibited. Remember the words, it is prohibited to issue any financial products which is linked to the Indian rupee. Like it cannot issue the ECBs linked to the Indian rupee. Why? Because it is already having investment by an Indian entity and there may be a manipulation. So for this reason it is prohibited. It cannot issue of any financial product which is linked to an Indian rupee. Okay, any of the financial product linked to an Indian rupee. So any of the overseas entity, that's a foreign entity, having direct, indirect equity participation by Indian party, they shall not offer financial products linked to the Indian rupee. If they do that, they are contravening the FEMA rules and regulation. Clear with this? So these were the 3 prohibitions. First was Indian entity cannot invest in the real estate. That means any company dealing in TDRs or buying selling of real estate project, but yes, they can do the construction of township, flats, premises, etc. Second, if they want to invest in the banking sector, they have to take prior approval of RBI, and any overseas entity where Indian investment is there, it cannot deal in any financial products linked to the Indian rupee. This is what you have to remember. Now in the next video we are going to see how much investment of ODI is allowed under automatic route, also what are the conditions for doing that investment. Now let's see how much is the investment allowed under automatic route. So now start imagining, Indian entity is investing outside India. Okay, they are doing overseas direct investment. Do you think they can invest any amount? The answer is no. So under automatic route, if you come under automatic route, how much investment is allowed for ODI? So we are going to see that. So investment which is allowed in ODI under automatic route, first criteria is it cannot exceed 1 billion US dollars. How much? Investment cannot exceed 1 billion US dollars. So what is the maximum ODI? That is, what is the maximum amount which Indian entity can invest outside India through a automatic route, not exceeding US dollars 1 billion. So we read it like that, 1 billion US dollars. Or, okay, or the conjunction uses or. Indian entities this will be as per last audited balance sheet. It will be as per last audited balance sheet of your Indian entity. So, the investment cannot exceed 400% of net worth. 400% of net worth of an Indian entity. 400% of net worth of Indian entity, whichever is less. Okay, so this is an amount. So how much Indian entity can invest? The investment cannot exceed 1 billion US dollars or 400% of net worth of the Indian entity as per last audited balance sheet, whichever is less. Okay, suppose Indian entity's net worth is very high. It's very high. It is even more than 1 billion US dollars. So can you exceed 1 billion US dollars? The answer is no, because I have said whichever is less. So this is just like your limit. It cannot exceed 1 billion US dollars in case of a automatic route. If you want to do investment above 1 billion US dollars, what you need to do? We need to take approval of RBI, so that will go under the approval route. It does not come under automatic route. I hope this is very clear. Please remember, this criteria is very important. You have to remember. Now going ahead, I'll like to give you an example. First of all, what is 400% of net worth? Suppose net worth of an Indian entity is 1 lakh rupees. So what is 400% of that? It is 4 lakh rupees. Understood? So if your net worth is 1 lakh, how much you can invest? Up to 4 lakh. If you invest more, if you want to invest more, first you need to take the RBI approval. Clear? Fine? Great. Now we are going to see certain conditions. Okay? Certain condition which we need to fulfill before we start our overseas direct investment. Before that, I would like to tell you something. Whenever any Indian entity it want to invest outside India, it has to do some money transaction. Can it do on its own? Can it do with the cash? No. If we do with the cash, it's a hawala transaction, not allowed. So this entity has to do only through bank route. Which route? Only and only through bank route. So for that, this Indian entity, what they have to do? they have to appoint authorized dealer, whom they have to appoint? Authorized dealer, category 1 banker. Whom they have to appoint? They have to appoint authorized dealer, category 1 banker. This entity or this individual, this entity is going to be an intermediary between Indian entity and your RBI. So, your authorized dealer, category 1 banker acts as an intermediary between the RBI and Indian entity. Whatever forms Indian entity want to file, it has to be filed through AD category 1 banker. Whatever approvals need to be taken, it needs to be taken through AD category 1 banker. Whatever cash inflow, outflow, whatever they want to do, they have to do only with the AD category 1 banker. So, in short, Indian entity cannot directly deal with the RBI in case of a ODI, but they need a liaising officer called as a AD category 1 banker. I hope this is clear. Great. Now, we are going to see there are certain conditions. There are certain conditions to be fulfilled for the purpose of the overseas direct investment. So, we are going to see certain conditions. So, this condition we are going to directly read from our notes. So, the very first condition, it says that whenever any of the Indian entity wants to give a financial commitment, any of the Indian entity want to give a financial commitment to the foreign entity. We have seen, no, ODI we can form by JV, WOS or also by giving a financial commitment. So, what is a financial commitment? It's a loan or an investment. Listen to this very carefully. The first condition, whenever any of the Indian party or the Indian entity, they want to give financial commitment. What they want to give? Financial commitment. To whom? The foreign entity. There is a prerequisite. Please revise what is called as an financial commitment. Financial commitment means giving loan or guarantee. So, Indian entity is giving loan or guarantee to the foreign entity. There is some requirement for that. What is the requirement? That Indian company should have equity participation. Indian company should have equity participation in the foreign entity. So, Indian company should have purchased the shares of an foreign entity. It should have invested in the foreign entity, then only the financial commitment comes under automatic route. And if Indian entity do not have the equity participation in the foreign entity, it comes under approval route. Okay. So, in case no equity participation, then this transaction will come under approval route. If equity participation is there, then automatic route. No equity participation, then approval route. Clear? Let's sum up. Indian entity wants to give loan to the foreign entity, whether it is automatic route or approval route. What do you have to ask yourself? Whether Indian entity has invested in the equity shares of foreign entity. If yes, then automatic. If no, then approval. This was the first condition. I hope it was very clear. Now we are going to see the second condition. Now this second condition is for the financial commitment only. So, rather giving it as a second condition, we will continue and write conditions for giving financial commitments. Okay, this is linked to your above point only, conditions for giving financial commitment. So what is the condition for giving financial commitment? The very first condition says that whatever loan you are giving or the guarantee you are providing, it should be within the sectoral cap. We cannot breach the sectoral cap. If you are breaching the sectoral cap, you have to go by the approval route, you cannot go by the automatic route. Second condition says that whatever amount you are giving as a loan or a guarantee, that should be within that limit, that is within 400% of net worth of an Indian entity. This we have already seen. If it exceeds 400%, then what will happen? Very good, it will be an approval route and not an automatic route. The third one says that whatever guarantee is given by your Indian entity, it should not be open-ended. It should be close-ended. Means your liability should be defined. If I tell my friend, okay, you take loan from a bank, how much ever loan you can take, and I am going to guarantee. And I write a letter to the bank saying that I, Vandita Doshi, hereby give guarantee on behalf of friend, and if he does not pay, I will pay any loan which he has defaulted. So any loan means he can take 1 lakh to 1 CR or more than that. So am I going to guarantee? So this is, I have given an open-ended guarantee. Any Indian entity cannot give such guarantees because it may lead to exceeding threshold limit of 400% of net worth. It may also lead to exceeding your sectoral cap. So your guarantee given should be close-ended and not open-ended. Okay, the guarantee given should not be open-ended guarantee, but it should be a close-ended guarantee. After that, the fourth condition says that whenever there is an execution of guarantee, so whenever your execution of guarantee is done, that means your foreign entity for whom you had given a guarantee, it has defaulted. So now you have to give loan, yes or no? That means you have to pay on behalf of your foreign entity to the banker. The answer is yes. This is called as an execution. So whenever there is an execution, you should check whether you are within the sectoral cap, whether you are within the investment limit. If you are not within the sectoral cap or an investment limit, you have to take the approval route and not the automatic route. So whenever there is execution leading to exceeding the net worth or sectoral cap, what do you have to do? We can execute only by approval route. So first, prior approval of RBI will be compulsory. After that, I have introduced you to the concept of authorized dealer, category 1 banker, right? So your authorized dealer, category 1 banker is in India, is your liaising officer. Even they can give guarantee. Okay, so authorized dealer, category 1 banker, even they can give guarantee. Now for whom they will be giving guarantee? This authorized dealer, category 1 banker, they will be given guarantee for a joint venture and a wholly owned subsidiaries who are operative in India. So for whom they are giving guarantee? Joint venture, wholly owned subsidiaries who are operative in guarantee. That means they are having their parent company in the foreign country. They are having their parent company in the foreign country. I hope this is very clear. Okay, so in this case, our Indian authorized dealer, category 1 banker, he will be giving guarantee on behalf of this JV and WOS. But this guarantee, very important, it should be as per the limit, also as per RBI's rules and regulations. So it should be as per the limit, also as per RBI's rules and regulations. I hope this point is also very clear. So this was the first prohibition, or this was the first condition we have seen. So what is the first condition? Indian entity can give financial commitment only if there is a equity participation. No equity participation, then approval route. Equity participation, then the automatic route. Also we saw what are the conditions of giving the financial commitment. So now we are going to go to the second type of condition. I hope you are understanding. Okay? Yes, great. So now what is our second condition? It says that whenever Indian party is doing ODI, it should not be in the caution list of RBI or CIBL. What is a caution list? Every year RBI issues exporters caution list. In that the name of the defaulters are given. So your party's name, Indian party's name should not be there in the caution list, otherwise RBI will not approve your overseas direct investment. Okay, so Indian party's name should not be in RBI's caution list or CIBL's caution list. If you are there in the caution list of RBI or CIBL, first you have to finish off that matter and then do the ODI. Then you will not get more trouble. Otherwise in execution, RBI won't allow you to execute your ODI. So Indian party should not be in the exporters caution list. This is your second condition for your ODI. Now we are proceeding to the third condition. Please listen to me very carefully. Very simple it is. This we have already seen. All the transactions should be routed. All the transactions should be routed through, as I told you, authorized dealer category 1 banker. Right? So can Indian entity do the transaction themselves through RBI? The answer is no. They have to appoint AD category 1 banker, and through AD category 1 banker only they have to execute all the transactions. This was the third point. Now we are going to the fourth point. Whenever any of the Indian entity acquires share, what is Indian entity doing? Acquiring equity shares. Whose equity share is this acquiring? It is acquiring equity shares outside India of a foreign entity. So they may be acquiring full complete equity share. So when they are acquiring complete equity share, they are making a wholly owned subsidiary, or they are doing the partial acquisition. They are making a joint venture or a subsidiary. Right? So whenever they are making this investment and investment exceeds 5 million US dollars. How much it is exceeding? 5 million US dollars. Compulsorily they have to do valuation by category 1 merchant banker. Okay. So the valuation or the value of the investment exceeds 5 million US dollars. How much? 5 million US dollars. So what they have to do? Compulsorily valuation to be done by category 1 merchant banker. Category 1 merchant banker. Clear with this? I'll repeat one more time. If Indian entity is acquiring shares of foreign entity, whether in full or in partial, and the value of investment exceeds 5 million US dollars, the valuation of shares needs to be compulsorily done by category 1 merchant banker. What about other cases? In the other cases, where your valuation does not exceed 5 million US dollars, where the valuation done by the chartered accountant is also fine. Okay. Valuation by chartered accountant is also fine. Clear with the fourth point? Great. Now we are going to the fifth one. So fifth one, whenever company is doing swap shares. What is swap shares? Swap means Indian entity had issued some shares to foreign entity. Foreign entity, instead of issuing or instead of giving money, it is again issuing its shares to the Indian entity. So in exchange of the Indian company share, foreign entity is also issuing its share. That is called as a swap of the shares. So whenever there is a swap of the shares, remember this is not ADR I am talking about. This is I am talking about swap of the shares. So whenever there is swap of the shares, it is compulsory that irrespective of the amount of the investment, whether it is exceeding 5 million, does not exceeding 5 million, does not matter, but valuation to be done by category 1 merchant banker. Category 1 merchant banker. So over here, if valuation does not exceed 5 million US dollar, then also you have to do compulsorily evaluation by merchant banker. Why? Because you are doing swap shares, that's why. After that, whenever any of the registered partnership firm is investing outside India, whenever any of the registered partnership firm is purchasing equity shares, it is investing in equity shares outside India, it is purchasing shares of an foreign entity. We know that your partnership, even though it is registered, it is one of the very unstable form of organization. So if can partnership firm hold the shares? Can it be member of a company? It can be member of a section 8 company, that is true. But can it be member of a private limited, public limited? You got your answer. On the same lines, if foreign entities law says that whenever any registered partnership has invested, then partner should hold shares on behalf of the registered partnership. So if the laws of host country says so, then partners shall hold shares on behalf of partnership. On behalf of partnership, partners shall hold shares if the host country's requirement is there, otherwise it's not required. Okay, so this was the sixth one. Now we are going to the seventh one. Whenever there is issue of ADR and GDR, listen to me very carefully. There is an Indian entity. There is an Indian entity. Indian entity issued ADR, GDR. If it is USA, it's ADR. In other parts of country, it is GDR. So ADR or GDR to the foreign company or foreign entity. Now in this case, when Indian company has issued shares or ADR, GDR to the foreign company should have given money. So foreign company, instead of giving money, so foreign company does not give money. So instead of money, what it is doing? It is issuing its own shares. This is not swap shares, guys, because Indian entity shares are not getting exchanged with the foreign entity, but ADR, GDR is getting exchanged because of the foreign entity shares. So now for issue of that ADR GDR, what are the conditions we are going to see? So this will be allowed if number 1, your ADR GDR you are issuing, it is listed on the stock exchange outside India. It is listed on the stock exchange outside India, then only such kind of swap is allowed, otherwise this swap is not allowed. This ADR GDR, you know the concept of that. So it is with the underlying equity share, it is always there because there is a two-way fungibility, right? So ADR GDR should be backed by an underlying equity shares. So it is backed by what? It is backed by underlying equity shares. After that, whatever is a total holding, of foreign entity in Indian entity, whatever is a total holding of foreign entity in the Indian entity should not exceed the sectoral cap. So it should be as per the sectoral cap. It cannot exceed the sectoral cap, then you have to take the RBI permission. So these are the regulation as far as your ADR GDR is concerned, and with this we also complete our 7 conditions. So what was the first condition? Let us quickly revise this. The first condition was relating to the financial commitment. If equity participation is there, then automatic route. No equity participation, then approval route. Second one, we saw that Indian party should not be in RBI's caution list. Third, all the transactions should be routed through AD category 1 banker only. Fourth, if Indian party is acquiring shares outside India and the valuation exceeds 5 million US dollars, valuation is compulsory to be done by the category 1 merchant banker. In other cases, valuation by chartered accountants are also allowed. When there is a swap of share, irrespective of the value of investment, the valuations to be done by category 1 merchant banker only. Whenever any registered partnership wants to invest outside India and the host country's law provide for partners holding share on behalf of the partnership, then they have to comply with the condition. So Indian partners shall be holding shares on behalf of the Indian registered partnership. After that, whenever Indian company has issued ADR GDR, in exchange of that the foreign entity is giving it shares. This transaction is allowed under automatic route if these 3 conditions are fulfilled. First, your ADR GDR is listed on stock exchange outside India. Second, it is backed by an underlying equity shares. And third, the total holding of the foreign entity in the Indian entity does not exceed the sectoral cap. So with this, we finish our prohibitions or conditions for the ODI. Now we are going to start with the method of funding. I hope you have understood what is ODI and what are conditions for doing ODI. Now, the money which India is going to invest outside India, what is the source of that money, or what is the method of funding the ODI? We are going to learn that. So Indian entity have to invest outside India. So which money they can invest outside India? This is what we are going to learn in this. This may be asked as a straightforward question for 4 marks, or it can be asked in the case law. Preferably a 4-mark short note is advised. Okay, so these are the investments or financial commitments for JV or WOS to be funded out in one or more of the following sources. So first source of fund, directly we will go to our AD category 1 banker. We will give him the amount of Indian currencies, and in exchange we will tell him to convert and draw a foreign exchange for that. Like if we want to travel abroad, we do exchange of a foreign currency, right? So in exchange of a Indian currency, they give us US dollars or Great Britain pounds, wherever, in whichever country we are going. So the first and easy way of funding is drawal of foreign exchange through authorized category 1 banker. If we don't want to do drawal of foreign exchange, then we will do to the second point, that is capitalization of exports. Now what is the meaning of capitalization of export? I am going to tell you. Listen to this very carefully. There is an Indian entity. There is an Indian entity. Now this Indian entity, it had exported certain goods outside India. So it had exported certain goods to the foreign entity. So for that, foreign entity had to pay money. The answer is yes, because we are exporting goods, we are supposed to receive money. Okay, and this money if we receive, where we will receive, it is an income. So this becomes your income, so we show it in a P&L. Clear? Now the foreign entity, it tells us that in lieu of money which I have to pay you, is it okay if I issue those number of equity shares to you? So foreign entity is telling Indian company to invest in the equity share. So instead of them giving us money, they are going to issue securities to us, equity shares to us. Okay, so instead of foreign entity giving money, they are going to issue equity shares, issue of equity shares. And our Indian entity says, yes, that's a great deal. So Indian entity has accepted that. So are we going to pay any money for that? The answer is no, because already we have exported our goods, right? In return of that only we are receiving those shares. Now listen to me very carefully. This issue of equity share, can we show in the P&L? The answer is no, because this becomes an investment. And where do we show the investment in the foreign entity? We show in the balance sheet in the asset side. So don't you think the current account transaction got converted into capital account transaction? The answer is yes. This concept is called as capitalization of exports. What it is called as? Capitalization of exports. So in lieu of money, which we were supposed to show in the P&L, we received the equity share, hence we capitalized our exports. Even this is one of the way of funding your overseas direct investment. Is it clear? Understood? Great. Now the third one is swap of shares. I have told you this concept. Foreign entity issuing us equity share, we also issuing the Indian equity shares to them. So equity shares of both the companies are getting exchanged, called as a swap of shares. After that, suppose our Indian entity had issued ECBs. Indian entity, I will explain you here. Indian entity had issued ECBs. What did they issue? ECB, external commercial borrowings. So it issued means what they have done. It had issued ECBs to the foreign company. So foreign company, when they subscribe, they give loan to the Indian entity. Answer is yes. So whatever proceeds they have received by issue of this ECB, even this proceeds can be used for paying your ODI investment. Okay, so proceeds of ECB or a foreign currency convertible bonds, even that is allowed. After that, in exchange of ADR, GDR, this we have seen in the conditions point, right? If Indian company has issued ADR, GDR, in return, foreign company can also issue its own shares, but condition we need to fulfill, the answer is yes. So, in exchange of ADR, GDR under scheme of foreign currency convertible bonds and guidelines issued as under, we can do this funding. So are we going to fund them? No, we are not funding them. After that, whatever balance we are having in EEFC account, that is exchange earners foreign currency account. See, we are taking a foreign exchange, that is we are drawing a foreign exchange. So if an Indian entity has a bank account, in that bank account, can it keep Indian currency and foreign currency together? No. For foreign currency, they have different bank account called as a exchange earners foreign currency. So whatever foreign exchange they draw from the authorized category 1 banker, they will put into that particular account. So that is called as the exchange earners. So suppose this ODI, they spent only 100 rupees out of 200 rupees. So still 100 rupees there in the account. So they can use that for funding ODI for the second time. So, balance held in EEFC account by an Indian party maintained with authorized dealer. After that, if we are issuing ADR GDR, we are issuing ADR GDR outside India, the outsiders are going to fund us. So, whatever proceeds we receive for ADR GDR, that proceed can be used in overseas direct investment. So, these are the 7 ways of funding your overseas direct investment. Now, there are certain general permissions given to resident Indian if they want to purchase equity shares of a foreign country. So, if I am a resident Indian and I want to purchase shares of an foreign entity, then some general permissions are given by RBI. So, RBI says that Indian resident can purchase that from resident foreign currency account. So, I have a resident foreign currency account. I have drawn Indian currencies of foreign exchange in that. So, I can use that foreign exchange for purchase of the shares outside India. Is it okay? Second, if I am already a shareholder of a foreign company outside India, whenever foreign company issues bonus share, they are going to issue shares to me also. The answer is yes, because I am already shareholder of that company. So can I accept that bonus shares? Definitely, I can accept that bonus shares. Okay. And the third one, when I was not permanently resident in India, suppose I am a software engineer, I am working outside India. So I have earned outside India. So whatever money I have earned outside India, that money I can use to purchase the shares outside India without anybody's approval. So I hope you have understood that what are the methods of funding, 7 points over the Indian entities and the other type of organization, 3 general permission given to the resident Indian to fund the investment outside India. Now we are going to see certain investment which does not come under automatic route, but they come under approval route. So I hope you have understood what are the investment under automatic route. Do remember that limit, that is 1 billion US dollars or 400% of the net worth. Also remember the conditions for the automatic route. So if you don't comply with any of the conditions, you have to come to which route? Approval route. Now what is an approval route? In the approval route, we require prior approval of RBI. What do we require? Prior approval of our RBI. So before we are going to do that transaction, first we will apply to the RBI for taking permission. Now tell me, are we going to apply directly to the RBI? The answer is no. This approval we are going to take through whom? Through a person whom entity has appointed, called as AD category 1 banker. So AD category 1 banker will be liaising officer between an Indian entity and the RBI, and Indian entity who wants to do investment outside India but they do not come under automatic route. What they have to do? They have to file online form. The name of the form is ODI Part 1. Okay, the name of the form very easily rememberable. Why? Because it's ODI for overseas direct investment and Part 1. So ODI form is filed with the authorized category 1 banker. This is a online filing we do, and AD category 1 banker shall be doing all the transactions with the RBI on behalf of an Indian entity. So when RBI is satisfied with our firm. When RBI is satisfied with our firm, if RBI is satisfied, RBI gives the permission. So RBI gives the permission and it also issues a number called as a unique identification number. So along with the permission, what does it issue? It issues unique identification number. Now this UIN, Indian entity, is supposed to put each and every transaction relating to this particular ODI. This is going to keep a track on number of transaction between Indian entity and the foreign entity. Understood? So ID category 1 banker will be forwarding the form. If RBI is satisfied, it shall give permission and also issue unique identification number. This is UIN for a particular overseas direct investment to be quoted in each and every form which Indian entity files with the RBI or does any transaction. Clear? Understood? Now let's quickly go to various types of investments where automatic route is not available, but there you need to take prior approval of RBI. That's why I can tell it as a approval route or a government route. Okay, so what is the first transaction under this? The first transaction under this is whenever we are investing in overseas. Okay, overseas investment we are doing in energy sector. Which sector are we investing? Energy or natural resources sector. Energy or the natural resources sector. Okay. And over here our investment limit is exceeding 1 billion US dollars or 400% of net worth of Indian entity. Can we do it via automatic route? The answer is no. So this investment we are doing exceeding the prescribed limit. Clear? The first one. Great. After that, the second one. Whenever any of the Indian company or Indian entity, it is investing in overseas unincorporated body. That means it is not a company, it is not LLP, it may be sole proprietor or a partnership. So Indian entity is investing in overseas unincorporated body. Overseas unincorporated body, that too exceeding the limit. That too exceeding the limit. And this particular entity is in the oil sector. Then also we have to take the approval route. We cannot go by the automatic route. Now there is exception to this rule. Exception to this rule means there are certain companies which are allowed to do investment in unincorporated overseas body exceeding the limit which is there in the oil sector. Now which all companies are allowed to do so and how the exceptions we are going to look into. First we have a company called as Navratna Public Sector. Please remember name of this company, very important from your exam point of view. So the first one is Navratna Public Sector. After that comes your ONGC Videsh. After that comes your Oil India Limited. Okay. Now these three companies, if they want to invest outside India, in an unincorporated body, unincorporated overseas body, and this entity is in the oil sector. You know that India is very weak in oil. That's why our petrol and all, it's very costly over here. So Navratna Public Sector, ONGC Videsh and Oil India Limited, they are investing in unincorporated overseas body in the oil sector for drilling, excavating oil, then in that case, if these entities have received approval from our government of India, if these entities have received approval from government of India, then they can invest under automatic route, and that too without any limit. Without any limit, no problem at all. But I hope you have seen the conditions. The project is approved by Government of India. Government of India is happy with the project, then only they can go ahead and invest in the overseas unincorporated bodies in the oil sector under automatic route without any approval. I hope this is very clear. Okay, this specially they ask questions, guys. That's why I told you it's very important from the exam point of view. They specifically ask what are the exemptions given to the Navratna, ONGC Videsh and Oil India. So you have to write this is one of the exemption given, and they can invest through automatic route instead of an approval route. So second point is also very clear. Great. Now we are going to the third point. Third point talks about any of the Indian sole proprietor or unregistered partnership. Indian sole proprietor or any of the unregistered partnership. Now your sole proprietor and unregistered partnership, if they want to invest outside India, they cannot go by the automatic route because they are not registered anywhere, hence they have to take the approval route only. First they have to take approval of RBI, then only they can invest outside India. Investing outside India, which route they have to take? Approval route. Clear? After that, the fourth one. Now, we have learnt what it is a trust under chapter 7. So, whenever your registered trust or your registered society, both have to be registered, that is a precondition. So, registered trust or a registered society who are dealing in or whose main object is manufacturing. What is the main object of them? Manufacturing or promoting of any hospitals or any of the education. So, any of the registered trust or society who are dealing in manufacturing or promotion of hospitals or the education sector, if they want to invest outside India, can they invest in any other entity? The answer is no. They have to invest into similar kind of a trust or similar kind of a non-profit organization, okay, which are into the same sector. So, foreign trust or a foreign section 8 company should be in the same sector, that is manufacturing, hospital or education. They have to take the approval route. They have to take approval route. So, can any trust invest in a profit organization outside India? That's prohibited. Okay. Now, the fifth one. Now, we are going to learn some new concept called as what is a step down subsidiary. Before learning this point, I would like to tell you what is a step down subsidiary. So, this is a concept. We will write it little differently. Step down subsidiary. Listen to me very carefully now. There is a company called as XYZ Private Limited. This XYZ Private Limited is an Indian company. IC stands for what? Indian company. So, XYZ Private Limited is an Indian company. Okay. Now, it incorporated a company called as X Private Limited. X Private Limited is a wholly owned subsidiary outside India. Okay, so X Private Limited is wholly owned subsidiary of XYZ Private Limited outside India. So this is a foreign company, right? Now, X Private Limited, it incorporated Double X Private Limited. X Private Limited incorporated its subsidiary called as Double X Private Limited, where X is a holding and Double X is a subsidiary. So don't you think over here our formula applies? A is equal to B, B is equal to C, that's why A is also equal to C. So XYZ is holding X, X is holding double X. Don't you think it's a ultimate subsidiary of XYZ Private Limited? The answer is yes. So this is subsidiary, that's why this is your first step down subsidiary. What is this? It's a first step down subsidiary. Okay. After that, if Double X also has one more subsidiary called as Triple X Private Limited. So Triple X Private Limited is a subsidiary of Double X Private Limited, right? But what is the holding? Ultimate holding company remains the same, that is XYZ Private Limited. So for XYZ Private Limited, your Double X, that is Triple X Private Limited, becomes second and subsequent layer of step down subsidiary. I hope you have understood what I am teaching you. This is second and subsequent layer of subsidiary. This is how your layers continues. So what is the first layer? Subsidiary is a first layer, and after that comes a second layer. Now we are going to the provision, your fifth point. So when fifth point says that, what are we learning? Don't forget, we are learning about the approval rules, right? So whenever Indian entity is there, Indian entity is giving corporate guarantee. What it is giving? It is giving corporate guarantee. What is a corporate guarantee? Corporate guarantee means a guarantee when loan has been taken from the corporate. Okay, so it is giving a corporate guarantee. So approval route is required for second and subsequent layer of subsidiary. Second and subsequent step down subsidiary. So up to the first layer, it's automatic route. From second and subsequent layer becomes your approval route in case of a corporate guarantee. So in our example, if XYZ Private Limited is giving guarantee to Double X Private Limited, Double X being the first layer, over here automatic route is there. But if XYZ gives guarantee to Triple X Private Limited, which is second layer, then the approval route is applicable to them. I hope you understood the example. This was a reason I made you understand the concept first. Guys, if you concentrate on the concept, the law becomes very easy for you. Okay. Now after that, next one. On the similar lines, whenever an Indian entity gives any other guarantee, so it is not a corporate guarantee but any other guarantee. In that case, approval is required from the first step down subsidiary. Okay. So for first step down subsidiary, approval route is required. Clear? Sixth point. After that comes your seventh point. Please listen to me carefully. This point we have already discussed. Whenever Indian party, okay, whenever Indian party who is having JV or WOS outside India, okay, outside India, they can do restructuring of their balance sheet, either Indian party's balance sheet or foreign party's balance sheet, only and only by approval route. They cannot reshuffle or restructure the balance sheet by automatic route, but first they need to approval of RBI, then only they can do the restructuring of the balance sheet, because setting up of losses of Indian entity or a foreign entity. Got it? Great. After that, next one, capitalization of exports. Now this I have already explained you, but this is little different. Okay, generally capitalization of export does not require approval route, but if that capitalization is not done within the prescribed time. Now what is this? Let me explain you. The date of export, Indian entity had exported the goods. So the date of export was 1st of July. So when Indian entity exports goods, they need to receive money. Yes, that money has to be received within prescribed time. It is given under FEMA. So say for example, they need to receive funds within 6 months. Okay, but if this 6 months is exceeded, that means the money did not come in India within the prescribed time, and after that you want to go for capitalization of export, means after 6 months of export, foreign entity says that instead of money we are going to give you equity share, and then if India says yes, before saying yes, before doing a capitalization of export, they have to take approval of RBI. Why? Because capitalization of exports happened after the due date. If you are doing within the due date, approval route is not required. If you are doing after the due date, approval route is required. Okay. So if your capitalization of export is done after the due date, then we have to take a approval route. Simple? Understood? Yes. After that, the last point, I know all of you are tired, but now the major portion is over. After that only documentation is there, and then we will start with the next part of this chapter, that is learning how to incorporate company in the 5 different countries. Okay. Yes. So this is the last one where approval route is required whenever any of the Indian entity wants to give the financial commitment. What it wants to give? It wants to give the financial commitment. To whom? To the foreign entity. You know that if we want to give financial commitment to the foreign entity, there is requirement of equity participation, right? So there is requirement of equity participation. If equity participation is there, that means Indian entity is holding shares of foreign entity, then the financial commitment we can do by automatic route. This we had discussed. But if we don't have equity participation, then it will fall under which route? It will fall under approval route. Clear with this? Understood? These are the 9 points where your approval route is required instead of the automatic route. I hope you have understood all of them. If not understood, you can watch this video one more time. Now we are going to start with the next topic called as reporting requirements under ODI. Before starting with the reporting requirements under ODI, we have seen in the last video that we submit form for the RBI. Okay, because we require RBI approval, we submit form to the authorized category 1 banker, and authorized category 1 banker forwards the application to the RBI. Now what are the criterias which RBI will consider if it wants to approve our transaction? So we are going to see what are the various matters which will be taken into consideration for each and every application. The first one is, what is a prima facie viability of joint venture or wholly owned subsidiary outside India? How much it could be practically possible? This is what RBI will consider. Secondly, what is the external trade contribution or the other benefits which is going to accrue to India because of this joint venture or wholly owned subsidiary? If RBI sees any of the benefits to India, then only it may give the approval. Also, now they will check about the company who is investing. So, what is the financial position of Indian entity plus the foreign entity where company is investing, and the business track record of Indian party and the foreign entity. After that, how much expertise or experience Indian party is having where they are investing outside India. If they are having a good experience, then that would be a plus point. It would be considered by the RBI. So, these are the 4 factors which RBI will consider for giving your approval, or they may reject your applications also. Now, as far as your FDI policy is concerned, FDI is a foreign direct investment wherein outsiders, that is foreign entity, invest in India. But majority we are not going to discuss FDI over here, but just few things, that FDI policy nodal officer is your DPIIT, that is Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. So, this department shall be giving the FDI policy, whereas the ODI master direction is given by whom? The RBI. Okay, that's it. Apart from that, we are not going to discuss about the FDI. Now, we are directly going to the reporting requirements. I had told you about one form called as form ODI1. When do we need to submit that form? Whenever any Indian entity is doing overseas direct investment, we need to submit that form with the RBI. Now, every application is done online, hence we don't need to do any of the offline application. But earlier, yes, we needed to do the offline application. So, every ODI, that is overseas direct investment, either it is JV, WOS or by financial commitment, okay, you need to file form ODI part 1 or annexure 1. So, Indian entity and the resident individual who is making overseas investment shall submit the form ODI part 1. After that, ODI part 1 has 5 sections in that. So, this ODI part 1 have 5 sections. What all sections you have to include? You have to write your UIN if it is already provided. If it is not yet provided, you are going to apply for UIN, right? So, for application of UIN, you need to submit this details, that is details of Indian party or individual who is applying. Then what is the capital structure or details of JVWOS? What is the details of transaction, remittance and foreign commitments given by Indian party or the resident Indian? Then declarations by Indian party or resident Indian, and certificate of statutory auditor, very important because ODI form needs to be certified. ODI form needs to be certified by your statutory auditors. Okay. ODI form needs to be certified by statutory auditors, but when your resident Indian is investing outside India, they don't need statutory auditor certification. They can invest on the self certification basis. This is how they save on the fees. Okay, this was the first part. Now, the second part is an annual performance report. This annual performance report, every Indian entity who has invested outside India, it needs to file with RBI every year. So, this is an annual performance report. They are going to discuss about the investment, the income received, the losses happened, whatever they are going to discuss in the annual performance report. This is your ODI part 2. This is ODI part 2. After that, the third one, ODI part 3, we have report on the disinvestment. Whenever we are selling our stake in the foreign entity, in part 1, we gave details or we are applying for investment. In part B, we are filing a return, that is annual performance return. And in part C, that is part 3, whenever we are selling the stake of foreign entity, we have to file this part. So, in case of a disinvestment, we are going to file. So, in what case disinvestment may happen? Closure, voluntary liquidation of any company, winding up, merger, amalgamation of JVWOS. Or you are selling the shares, you are transferring the shares to resident to the non-residents, or your closure, voluntary winding up, merger, amalgamation of Indian party in the foreign entity, and buyback of shares by overseas JVWOS from the Indian party. So, Indian party is selling its stake, it needs to file ODI part 3 with the RBI. So, this was part 1, part 2 and part 3. Along with this, every year they have to file an annual return. So, along with the annual performance report, it needs to file foreign liabilities and asset annual return. So, that is called as a FLA. So, annual return on foreign liabilities and asset. Every Indian entity, every Indian company which is doing foreign direct investment, it needs to file this on or before 15th July every year. This is an online form we file. We are not going to file it on the website, but we have to email this to the Reserve Bank of India. When? On or before 15th of July. And what all details we are going to file in that? We are going to give records of our previous investment done during the year or also previous year. Also, how much we have done additional in this year. So, what is the current status of our investment outside India? We are going to give in FLA, that is annual return of foreign liabilities and asset. We have to file by email to the Reserve Bank of India on or before 15th of July every year. I hope this point is very clear. After that, there is a new reporting format introduced for the venture capital fund and the alternative investment fund, also to the portfolio investment and mutual funds. They have to file the new reporting in Annexure 2 and Annexure 3 of your master direction. Not much relevant to us. So, let's proceed. After that, next one, we require purchase repurchase of ESOP. Now, I am going to explain you what is purchase repurchase of an ESOP. Listen to this very carefully. Whenever we have done ODI by forming a wholly owned subsidiary outside India. So, we have formed a wholly owned subsidiary outside India. This wholly owned subsidiary is issuing ESOP. Okay, it is issuing ESOP to whom? Its employees or directors. Okay. So, this wholly owned subsidiary outside India is issuing ESOP to employees or its directors who are Indian residents. Who are Indian residents. So, in short, don't you think the investment is there? Yes. Okay, ESOP is there. So, Indian employees or director, if they like to invest, ESOP is nothing but an option to purchase, right? So, if they like to purchase, they may purchase the share. So, what they are doing? ODI. Correct? So, now it is a responsibility of an Indian company. Indian company means which company? Which is holding company of this wholly owned subsidiary to report this to RBI. Report this to RBI by filing which form? Form ODI part 1. Okay. So, whenever Indian entity has invested by forming wholly owned subsidiary outside India, such wholly owned subsidiary issues ESOP to Indian employees and director, and it will be responsibility of an Indian entity to file form ODI part 1 with the RBI. Simple. This is a transaction of a purchase. Which transaction is there? This is transaction of the purchase. One more transaction is there of the repurchase. So in transaction of the repurchase, what happens? The shares which are issued by this wholly owned subsidiary outside India, they are repurchased from Indian employees and director. So shares are going back to outside India. This is one kind of a disinvestment. Earlier was an investment. So when there is a disinvestment, then also it will be duty of an Indian company, which is your holding company, to do reporting under ODI part 3 in case of an disinvestment. Simple, clear with this? Great. So in case of a purchase or repurchase, AD banks may continue to report same in the existing format. So annual statement of shares allotted to Indian employees and director required to be filed by the Indian company. Also annual statement of repurchased by foreign company needs to be filed by Indian company. Now after that, once your ODI is done, any changes made in that. So any changes in the post investment. So we have to file in the same form ODI part 1. Okay, annexure 1 we have to file, and in that we have to quote very important number called as a UIN, that is unique identification number. This number will help RBI to track that this is the same transaction but there are some changes done later on. After that, as I have told you earlier, whenever resident Indians are investing outside India, they just need to file the form ODI part 1 on the self-certification basis. They need not take the certification of your statutory auditor. Clear with this? So these are your reporting guidelines or reporting requirements under your form ODI. So these are your reporting requirements for your overseas direct investment. I hope you have understood. Now starts your second part of this chapter. So over here we have done with the FEMA. As I told you, we are starting with our second part of this chapter. So I hope you have understood what is a FEMA, and under FEMA specifically rules regulation relating to the overseas direct investment. If you will learn this for the second or third time, then it would be a cakewalk for you. Very easy but technical things, I understand. So now in this video we are going to learn what are the issues we face when we want to go global. So suppose there is a company called as a Zucon Pharma Private Limited. That Zucon Pharma now wants to go outside India and expand its business. Do you think it will be a very easy decision for Zucon Pharma? The answer is no, because it has to consider various factors. So what are the factors that is going to affect your location of your industry? So depending upon the location, that is depending upon the country, there are various entry barriers. So very important entry barrier is the governing law of any country. If governing law is user friendly, it would be very easy for you to enter. If it is very stringent or strict, it would be very difficult for you to enter that country. Along with that, we have other laws like property laws. We have reliability of electricity. If electricity is good over there, it would be very great for our industry. But if electricity connection is not very great, then it would be a hurdle for us. Then labor market, how is the labor over there? Skilled, unskilled, what is the cost of labor? Along with that, what are the trade regulations? Cost, what about the enforcement agencies, that is your courts? What about the creditors' right? Then do we have any credit information agency where every information can be seen in one point only? What about the shareholders' right? Are they more liberal or they are stringent? What about the tax? Tax is one of the very important factor which each and every entrepreneur shall consider. Then what about the FDI's rules and regulations? How is the overall regulatory environment over there? So these are the various factors which we consider. However, our institute has categorized this into various categories. That is, the first category is geographical location. When we talk about the geography, obviously it is going to be more about your maps. So how are you going to decide where you want to locate your industry? You will want your industry to be at such a place where you have a very good connectivity. So from factory, that is wherever your warehouse is, from there the market area should be very close enough, or there is a good connectivity between the two. Also you have ports, you have airports, everything nearby. So this is the best place, plus it should be economical as well. Hence the very first, what about the infrastructure? If you have a best infrastructure, then we are going to choose that country. Then access, can we go within that country without visa and all? Is it accessible? Then how is the supply chain over there? Is raw material, everything available nearby the warehouse? Then it would be great, otherwise it is going to cost us. Then what about the talent pool? Because ultimately the laborers are going to work. So are your laborers skilled over there? That means the laborers should know about your product or your business. These are the four geographical indications or the locations. Now the second is the economic aspect, cost wise or economy wise. How is doing business over there? Every country has adopted ease of doing business now by doing online application for each and everything, thereby reducing the cost of the finance by reducing the paperwork. So every country is doing that. After that, what is the cost of doing business? Like if I have invested 10 rupees, out of the income I received, how much I have to pay as a cost and how much I am going to get. So that is a, we will put a criteria. This is how we will compare. Then how are the labor laws over there? If they are very strict laws, it is going to be a barrier for our industry. If they are not so stringent, it would be very good for us. What about the laws relating to taxation? Double taxation benefit. Is it industry friendly or it's very stringent? You have to see all those things. Plus investment allowance, do you get subsidies, exemptions? How to distribute profit? Is it going to be taxable in hands of partners? How to repatriate that in a country? What about the withholding taxes if we don't have a particular card? Like if you don't have a PAN card in India, government can put withholding taxes because you are not complying with the PAN. So are there any withholding taxes? Then double taxation avoidance agreement is there or not? FATCA if it is applicable, TRC if it is applicable. So these are the very important points as far as your economical aspects are concerned. Then comes your political aspects. Political aspect will be a friendly relation with that particular country. How is your relationship? So is it friendly country? MFN is most favored nation status. So you are having that in your country. That means if you want to do business in USA, is USA most favored nation in India? That you have to check. If it is, then that's the best country you can go for. Then how is your long standing, or how does your president say? Because many Indians previously they have gone there to establish business over there. So how is their experience? You have to check their precedents. What about the relationship with the nearing countries? It's very much important to know the relationship with the nearing countries, because if we talk about the ports or airports or the transport, we have to move goods from one place to another. So if nearing country is a big hurdle for you, then getting visa from one country to another would be a big problem. Hence we have to see the relationship. So this is your political aspect. After that comes your social aspect. How is your relationship of your country with that country where you want to do the business? Right now if I talk about starting business in China, it's a big no by our government because relationship is not as good as it was before. Then how is the expatriate friendliness? Like if I go in any of the country to work, that is a expatriate person, right? For them, I have come from the foreign country. So how are they treating us? Is it friendly or not friendly? So this is also a social factor. After that, very important technological aspect. When we talk about the intellectual property rights, we are talking about various intellectual property rights like patent, copyright, trademark. So if you are developing business outside India and you have developed a patent over there, then what are the intellectual property right laws? Do they have such kind of laws that any patent which is taken out in outside India, it cannot be moved to any other country? If such laws are there, it would be a hurdle for us. So what are the laws relating to transfer of patent from one country to another country, that we need to check. Also, we need to check about power, communication, telecom, very important. We need internet, we need electricity, we need the communication. If these three things are not there, our business is going to be zero because they cannot survive without us. So we have to check in that country how is the availability, quality, cost of infrastructure, geography, time zone, political consideration, safety of investment, economic policy, stability of country, culture, language, because if culture, language is different, it may be one of the barrier, not more but one of the barrier. So value systems and institution, they also have been increasing and they are thinking from the long term perspective to support the stakeholders. So these are the various categories we have to consider when we are setting up business outside India. This can be asked straightforward questions for 4 marks. It has been asked for twice. We may expect in any of the attempt. I hope you have understood all of them. Just remember the important highlights of each of them, then it will be very easy for you to answer. Now today we are going to start with setting up of company in the New Zealand. What are the formalities we need to do if we want to set up a company or a business entity in the 5 countries? The very first country which we are looking into is New Zealand. After that, we'll see how to incorporate company and other formalities for Singapore, then for Hong Kong, then for UK and then for USA. So this is how we are going to learn the incorporation of company in 5 different countries. So let's quickly start with the New Zealand. So how to incorporate company in New Zealand? Like we have a MCA website. On the same basis, in the New Zealand also we have a website called as www.companies.government.nz. This is a website in the New Zealand. Why we need to learn about the website in New Zealand? Because from 1st of July, from 1st of July, it is compulsory, all the forms, everything has to be filed online. So now there is no offline incorporation company, same like us in India. Okay, so for them the online application is there. They have to do real me login. Okay, they have to do real me login and after that they can start with their incorporation process. Talking about the company law over there, the name of the company law is New Zealand Companies Act 1993. Okay, New Zealand Companies Act 1993. I hope this is clear. So then we will be logging into the website, the real-time login, and the first procedure to incorporate company will be application for reservation of name. So first we need to apply for reservation of name. Same procedure like us only, the answer is yes. Whatever we are doing in the handwritten notes, you have to do only that much, don't worry at all. Okay, so once you apply, okay, then you have to await for the name approval. Once you receive the name approval, the name is valid for 20 days. That means you have to file your incorporation documents within those 20 days. otherwise your time shall lapse. Okay. So once name is approved, it is valid for 20 days. How many days it is valid? It is valid for 20 days. After that, in the third one, we need to start preparing for the documentation. So we'll be starting with incorporation of your documents. Now what all things are required in order to incorporate company in the New Zealand? There are 5 things which are required. The first thing we require is there has to be one shareholder. There has to be one shareholder. There has to be one director. The concept of OPC is recently initiated in the India, but the concept of OPC is going on from years in New Zealand, UK, USA. From there only we have got the concept of OPC in India. Okay, so one shareholder, one director, then one registered office is required and one share. These are the essential elements or essential requirements of a company. So these are the essential requirements for the company to be incorporated in the New Zealand. After that, we'll be filing the form online. Which form and all is not applicable to you? So we'll be filing application for incorporation online. Okay, so when we file the form online, now something different is there. Now this is a fourth step. We have filed application form online. Once we file application form online, if their ROC, that is New Zealand ROC, is happy with your application, it shall send you shareholders consent form and directors consent form. Generally this does not happen in India because we have to make the consent forms and send it to the ROC. But in New Zealand, if ROC is satisfied with the basic documents of incorporation, it shall send us shareholders consent form and directors consent form. Okay. So once incorporation documents are approved, okay, what will be sent? 2 forms shall be sent. Director's approval form, or we can write director consent over here, director consent form, and another form is shareholders consent form. So director's consent form and shareholders consent form will be sent by the nodal officer to the company via email. Okay. Now in the director's consent form, tell me who will sign? Obviously your director. So your director shall sign. Correct. What about the shareholders consent form? In the shareholders consent form, your shareholders shall sign. Correct. Both of this form has to be submitted to the nodal officer, that is your ROC, within 20 days. So both of this form has to be submitted within how many days? To be submitted within 20 days of receipt. If we don't send this form within 20 days of receipt, what will happen? The form shall lapse. Again you have to do all the formalities for the incorporation of company. So I hope you have understood till here. If our basic documents are okay, then nodal officer shall send us director's consent form and the shareholders consent form, and after that we have to sign that with the appropriate person and submit it to the nodal officer within 20 days, right? Now in the fifth one, once company submits the forms, then the nodal officer It shall issue us certificate of incorporation. What it shall issue us? Certificate of incorporation. Very clear with this, understood. Along with that, we have one more authority like our income tax authority called as a IRD. IRD is Inland Revenue Department. Inland Revenue Department. In the Inland Revenue Department, now company has to apply for the GST. Goods and service taxes is also applicable in the New Zealand. Okay, so this was your basic procedure. Now we will go to our notes. We have discussed the basic procedure over here. Now, as I told you, from 1st of July 2008, is compulsory that mostly all the documents shall be filed online only by real-time login. Okay. Now, promoters also have to apply for IRD number, that is your income tax number, and the registration for GST at the same time of incorporation. Like we have bucket of services in Spice Plus, also they have bucket of services over there. So what all information we require for IRD number and registering your GST? It is as follows. You have to give the contact details, then the date when the company will begin employing any of the employees, then how many number of employees and contractors are there. You have to specify. For IRD number, like we have PAN for each and every director in India, likewise in New Zealand also, every individual is required to take the IRD. So IRD number of each and every director and all the shareholders who are New Zealand residents we have to give. Also we have to give what is the main business activity, where is the place of business of the company, what is the postal address, what is the trading name. If you have different name, there is a concept of a trading name and a business name. Two different names are there. Then company's contact details, then business industry description and which code you are doing, that means which goods and services you are dealing in. After that, whether you are having fringe benefit tax applicable to employee or not. This all information we have to give for who? We have to give this information for your IRD number. After that, your GST number. GST we will have to give details like accounting method, which one we are going to do, then frequency, how we are going to file the returns, then business activity code if any, then details how are we going to get our refunds paid, then are we dealing in any tax exempted supplies or not, then we have to give our business description, also goods and services code we need to give, then whether we are doing import export, ACC use business activity or not, then how much calculation we are doing for the personal injury cover of our employees and also the residual claims. So all this we need to give details of New Zealand. If you are not able to remember all these things, leave. Just remember IRD and just remember GST, that's it, nothing else. Also students, remember these are the recent initiative in each and every country. Whatever they have taken initiative from 2008 and 9 till 2019 they have given. Mostly it is irrelevant for you because it's very difficult to remember so many things together. Understood? So what we will do, we will just underline few and you have to remember only that much. So for New Zealand, we are going to remember starting a business. So starting a business. So over here, New Zealand starting business became less expensive. Why? Because they reduced the fees for name search and the company incorporation. After that, we'll be selecting paying taxes over here. So two topics we'll be selecting. In New Zealand, paying taxes became very easier because they started with the online portal for filing and paying general sales tax. After that, paying taxes became easier because they abolished the check levy. It made less costly because they decreased the rate of accident compensation which they used to levy on the employees. After that, paying taxes in 2012 became easy because they reduced something called as a corporate income tax rate and the fringe benefit rates. Also in 2009, starting of business became easy because complete process was done by online registration, and paying taxes became also less costly because they reduced the corporate income tax. That's it with your New Zealand. Only this much you have to do. Guys, remember, particular chapters weightage is only mostly 5 to 8 marks, not more than that. So don't waste so much of time. If you're not able to do initiative, you can skip this part. I never tell my students to skip any of the part, but this is very unimportant, very less I 0.01 chances are there to come in the paper. If at all comes, it will be asked for 3 marks. So for 3 marks, why you're wasting so much of time? I hope you have understood. You can attempt the other questions. Okay, now let's begin with the next country, that is your Singapore. Now we are going to see how to incorporate a company in Singapore. So let's begin. In Singapore, we have one special authority called as an ACRA. What is ACRA? It's an Accounting and Corporate Regulating Authority. What is the name of this ACRA? The full form, Accounting and Corporate Regulating Authority. So as the name suggests, this particular entity is going to look after the accounting part in Singapore. Also it is going to be a corporate regulatory. So like we have a ROC MCA in India, we have ACRA who will be nodal officer for the corporates in the Singapore. I hope you have understood what is ACRA. So through ACRA only companies are going to incorporate their companies. Very clear with this? Understood? So what is the role of this ACRA? The role of this ACRA will be, it is going to be a business regulator. What it does? It's an business regulator. Along with this, it also regulates public accountants. Like in India, we have ICAI for the public accountants. In Singapore, we have a ACRA who will be regulating your public accountants. Along with this, it also provides for various corporate services, and also it will be regulating your corporate. So these are the three main role of your ACRA. Please remember this. Going ahead now, how to incorporate a company in Singapore. For incorporation of company in Singapore, very important, the requirements are, we require at least one share of at least $1 Singapore dollars, of $1 Singapore dollar. So one share should be there. We require one director also. This one director has to be resident Singapore. Okay, so it has to be a resident Singapore. Also we require one company secretary. Also the company secretary of company should be resident of Singapore. These are the basic requirements of company which is to be fulfilled before incorporation. Now when we go for the procedure of incorporation, first of all we have to do online application. So incorporation also happens over here through the online mode where we have BIS file. Okay, which system is there? A system called as BIS file. Now this BIS file plus, it's nothing but an electronic filing system. What's this? It's an electronic filing system. So through BIS file we are going to incorporate our company. So remember ACRA, BIS file. So who will be providing with this BIS file services? Obviously your ACRA. Now going to the first step of incorporation, we are going to apply for name reservation. So we are going to apply for the name reservation. The fees required to be filed for name reservation is 15 Singapore dollars. So fees 15 Singapore dollars for the name reservation. The approval of this name, approval of the name which we have applied for, basically it takes less than a day. In few circumstances it takes less than a day. But if we require some special name where special authorities approval is required, so where we require approval of specific authority, in this case the approval may take 14 days to 2 months. Approval may take 14 days to 2 months. So once your name is approved, over here the name is valid for 120 days. Unlike your New Zealand, in New Zealand name is allowed or name is valid for 20 days, but in Singapore it is valid for 120 days. So once name is approved, once your name is approved, this name will be valid for 120 days. So within 120 days we have to incorporate a company, right? Ample number of days they are giving us. After that, now we have to apply for the incorporation of company. Yes, we have to apply for the incorporation of the company. Which form is there? Nothing is required to be remembered. The fees for incorporation is 300 Singapore dollars. How many? It's 300 Singapore dollars. Okay. So when your authority ACRA is satisfied, when your ACRA is satisfied, so it shall issue us a certificate of incorporation. Along with the certificate of incorporation, it also issues us something called as a business profile. They are taking so much of fees, right? So business profile they have to give. Okay. So certificate of incorporation we will receive. Along with the certificate of incorporation, we will also receive a business profile. Business profile is provided free of cost. So this is your incorporation procedure as far as Singapore is concerned. So once your incorporation is over, do you think procedure is over? The answer is no. Now starts your tax point. Okay. After this, we have to apply for, like we have PAN in India, we have an income tax department. In New Zealand, we have studied about Inland Revenue Authority, right? So in Singapore, we have two authority called as IRAS. The IRAS is nothing but it's an Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore. Okay, so this IRAS is an same department like we have in India, so we have to apply for IRAS of the companies. After that, we also need some extra compliances to be done. So the 7th point will be, we have to apply for workmen compensation insurance. Workmen compensation insurance. We will go to the note and then underline also. Basically, this is under an act in Singapore which is called as Work Injury Compensation Act. What is the name of the act? Work Injury Compensation Act. So it will be duty of every company who is employing the employees they have to take insurance for the employee. So if anything happens to the employee, the hospital expenses shall be paid off by the insurance company. So in order to cover the health related issues of the employees, it will be duty of every company in Singapore to take this insurance. Okay, so every company shall take employee insurance. Every company shall take employee insurance. Now they have to take this through ACRA, because ACRA also provide these services. They can apply this through ACRA. Clear with this? Now let's go to our notes. Yes, so we have discussed most of the points. We will directly go to the employee compensation insurance. At insurance agency. Before that, we will go for Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore. Now, Inland Revenue Authority for Singapore, it will be required to take GST registration if any company's annual taxable turnover, remember annual taxable turnover exceeds 1 million Singapore dollars. This will be filed on online only, nothing is offline now. Please remember this. Okay, so any company's turnover, that is annual taxable turnover, exceeds 1 million US dollar, exceeds 1 million Singapore dollars, then it will be compulsory for them to take the GST registration from IRAS. After that, we are looking out for employee compensation for insurance. I have told you the act is Work Injury Compensation Act of Singapore. So it will be duty of each and every employer to maintain insurance under one or approved policy, so that it will be covered, that is liabilities of their employees shall be covered. Now this was all. Now we are going to the recent initiatives. Over here, recent initiatives will be taking two things. First, construction permit, and second will be starting of a business. So first we will start with the construction permit. Singapore is a very small country, everybody knows that. So taking construction permit over there, it's a bit difficult. So they are improving that to improve the infrastructure over there. So in Singapore, dealing with construction permit became easy because they enhanced the approach called as a risk-based approach. So now onwards, they are going to do inspection and inquiries. That is, see, whenever any land is for construction, you check the quality of the soil. So quality of the soil will be even accessible to the public. So quality of the soil will be also accessible to the public. This is called as a risk-based approach. And also they are streamlining the process for obtaining the construction permits. After that, setting up of business in 2019 became easier because they abolished something called as a corporate seals. We also had a corporate seal, right? So even that is abolished in India. Not abolished, but it is optional for company whether to have a corporate seal or not. But in Singapore, it is totally abolished. After that, dealing with construction permit in 2017 became easier because they streamlined their procedure and they started with something called as an online one-stop shop. Okay. After that, in 2010, starting a business became very easy because they combine the tax registration and business registration together. So like we can obtain PAN in the incorporation form itself, in the same way in the single form we have registration, that is tax registration and the business registration. Also in same year, dealing with construction permit became easier because they came up with the new workplace safety and health regulation, which will allow your low risk industries to submit the documents online. So need not go by the offline procedure. Also starting of business in 2009 became very easy because they start up with the online procedure for registering the companies. Also in the same year, dealing with construction permit became very easy because they improved the internal data and the processing time which was required for all these permits. So this is all with the Singapore guys. So let's begin with our next country, that is Hong Kong, SAR and China. You might have heard about Hong Kong and China, but you may wonder, ma'am, what is SAR? SAR is nothing but it's a specific administrative region. So SAR is nothing but specific administrative region. So setting up of business entity in Hong Kong, SAR and China. So let's quickly begin. The nodal officer in Hong Kong is companies registry. Like we have MCA in India, there is something called as a companies registry. So the very important first step is selection of a name. So we have to select the name of the company. Now this name in Hong Kong, SAR or China, it may be in English or it may be in traditional Chinese language. Which language? Traditional Chinese language. Now there also online application is done. Okay, that's why we have to log into the website of www.icris.cr.gov.hk. This is a website of your Hong Kong registry, also called as the e-registry. So for application of name, also for company, okay, it will be compulsory to log into this website and apply for the name and the incorporation. So this is the first step, we have selected the name. After that, whenever we go for the incorporation of the company of limited by share, so company which one we are incorporating? We are incorporating a company which is limited by share. We have to file two forms over there. The one form is NNC1. This will be for the incorporation of company. And the second form is IRBR1. Which form is there? IRBR1. This form is for the business registration. So there are two different forms. One, we are going to incorporate in NNC1, and second, we are going to register our business IRBR1. Okay, both of these forms are to be filed online, but yes, fees are very different. In order to file NNC1, we require at least a registered office of the company. Also the requirement is there, one director should be there. Also the share capital should be there, and also we require company secretary wherever required. Okay. After that, for IRBR1, we are going to file the charters of the company. So in memorandum articles we have in India, over there we have charters of the company. Also we need to give the details of the business. Okay, this we are going to file in the IRBR1. Now coming to the fees. Coming to the fee structure. For filing your incorporation form, which is NNC1, the fees is 1720 Hong Kong dollars. So it is 1720 Hong Kong dollars. Okay. Along with that, we are filing IRBR1 also. So for incorporation fee is different, and for business registration also fees is different. Now they have reduced the business registration fees, but earlier it was something more than 2000. So for filing IRBR1, they have reduced the fees to only 250. So they are giving you lot of discount. Earlier fees was 2250. Now it is 250 Hong Kong dollars. So these are the fee structure for filing NNC1 and IRBR1. This filing we are going to do online. Okay, online filing under CRE registry. What it is called as? CRE registry. And after they introduce this CRE in registry, the Hong Kong authorities say that after the survey it is seen that companies are incorporated within less than an hour. So now I give you the application, within hour or less than that my company shall be incorporated. So it is very successful over there. So incorporation of companies can be done in less than an hour. Okay, so this was regarding your incorporation procedure. After incorporation also we have other formalities. So we are going to the third step after the incorporation. Same like Singapore, over here also we have employee compensation scheme. So once company is registered, they have to apply for employees compensation scheme. Under this scheme, your accidental or illness, all these consequences shall be covered for your employee. So that employee can be very much free and it can work properly in an organization. Now the fourth one, we have something extra called as provident fund. Also companies have to apply for something called as mandatory provident fund. Why we have to apply? Mandatory Provident Fund, MPF. Now listen to this very carefully. The name of the scheme is MPFS, Mandatory Provident Fund Scheme, and it is applicable to whom we are going to see. See, it becomes or it depends upon the type of employees you are having. There can be two types of employees. One who are regular employees and another one who are casual employees. So what is the definition of a regular employees? We are going to see that. First of all, the employee is above 18 years. Okay, it's compulsory. After that, it is below 65 years. So it cannot be more than 65 years. After that, it is working for 60 or more days in a calendar year. So it is working for 60 or more days in a calendar year. So this is the requirement of a regular employees. So in this scenario, such employees shall be eligible for MPF scheme. So every company who has this regular employees who have worked for 60 or more days in a year, they have to enroll their employees for this MPF scheme. Provident fund is nothing but it's a retirement benefit. What is that? It's a retirement benefit. So whenever we will not have job, we will retire, how are we going to run our house? So this provident fund, the accumulated amount will be helpful for us when we retire. Okay. Apart from that, we have certain employees who are casual. Now what is the definition of a casual employee? He is above 18 years. Also he is below 65 and he has worked for less than 60 days. He has worked for less than 60 days. So such employees are not covered. Such employees are not covered who are working for less than 60 days. But very important thing, remember, when such employee who have worked for less than 60 days in the sector like catering or construction, which sector they are working? They are working in catering or construction, then such casual employees, even though they are working for less than 60 days, they are covered under MPFS. Okay. Apart from catering and construction, employees are not covered who have not worked for 60 days. But employees who have worked for less than 60 days and who are working in catering or construction, they will be eligible for the mandatory provident fund scheme. I hope this was very clear. Now let's go to our notes. So important points I have discussed with you. Now we shall go for the Yes, MPF also I have discussed with you. MPF also we do the online application only. Now what are the initiatives in this we are going to do? Dealing in construction permit and starting of business. So in Hong Kong SAR also dealing in construction permit became easier because even they adopted a risk based approach for the inspections. Also starting of business in 2018 became more expensive because they introduced something called as an business tax fee. I told you, 2000 rupees or 2250, that is a business tax fee. In 2017, starting business became less costly because they reduced that business registration. Sometimes they are increasing the fee, sometimes they are decreasing the fees. After that, in 2016, again starting of business became easier because they eliminated a common seal. Okay. After that, in 2015, starting of business became more difficult because they increased the fees, that is business registration fees. Again 2014, starting of business became less costly because they abolished the capital duty which were supposed to be levied on the local companies. In 2012, business became very easy because they introduced online electronic services. In 2010, starting of business became easier because they simplified the registration formalities by putting under one stop solution. Also, construction permit, the time for the construction permit was reduced because they did centralization. So, where they were required to take 6 different approvals and 2 private approvals, they brought those 6 public authorities and 2 private authorities into one. So we have to file only one form, thereby reducing the time. Also in 2009, construction permit became very easy. Why? Because they started something called as be a smart regulator. So over here, person used to regulate themselves instead of having the regulator. So this is all for your Hong Kong. Now we are into the fourth country, that is your New York. Everybody's dream is to go to the New York, right? That's why we are going to learn how to incorporate a company and what are the other formalities as far as New York is concerned. Till now we have learned 3 kinds of countries, right? First of all, we started with the New Zealand, then Singapore, after that Hong Kong, and now we are at the New York. The earlier 3 were bit easy. In New York we have few extra formalities. So let's start without wasting any time. First we'll talk about who is a nodal officer. Who is a nodal officer in New York. As you know, USA is a huge country. So like we have states, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, there are states. But in every state, you require a visa to go from one state to another. Hence, rules applicability is very different. So I can't say that there is one company law in entire USA. No, there are different company law for different states. So right now we are going to discuss about the New York. Please remember. So nodal officer as far as New York is concerned is New York State, comma, Department of State, New York State, Department of State and Division of Corporation. So New York State, Department of State, Division of Corporation. This is your nodal office or regulating authority under New York. So let's begin with the procedure to incorporate a company. The very first thing which we are going to do is a reservation of a name. So we are going to reserve the name of the company. How are we going to reserve name of the company? Online application by filing fees of 20 US dollars. How much fees we are going to file? 20 US dollars. But in USA, like we have in India, if we want to extend the time of 20 days because we are not able to you know, incorporate company within 20 days. In USA also, you can extend the time by filing form again and again and by paying $20 each time you're filing the form. Okay. So, once name is approved, it will be valid for, over here it is valid for 60 days. How many days it is valid for? It is valid for 60 days. This 60 days can be extended also, and you can extend it twice. So twice you can file the form by paying fees $20 and you can extend the period of 60 days each. Okay, I hope this is clear. So once you get your name approval, it is valid for 60 days. So after that, you have to start for the incorporation of the company. You have to start for the incorporation of the company. It will be compulsory in New York. You have to add a suffix LLC, that is limited liability corporation, when you're incorporating a limited liability company. So we have to add a suffix limited liability. Along with that, other requirements are there. That is, it needs to have articles of association. It is compulsory to have articles of association. Along with that, it also needs to give details of your director and company secretary. Company secretary is not compulsory in all types of company. So wherever it is applicable, you have to appoint the company secretary and give details as required. Okay. After that, once we file the form for incorporation, the processing time normally is 7 days. So once we file the application, we get our certificate of incorporation within 7 days. But if you want expedient incorporation, so if we want expedient incorporation, we want incorporation very quickly, then we have to pay certain additional fees. Now what are the additional fees? Let's go. If we want incorporation within 2 hours of application, we have to pay additional $150. How much additional fees we have to pay? Additional $150. If we want incorporation certificate on the same day we are filing and same day we want incorporation, we have to pay additional $75. And if we want certificate of incorporation within 24 hours, of application, we have to pay extra $25. So please remember this, very important. Okay, till now we don't have such provisions. Okay, yes, under the table is there, that is very different thing. But now those all things are not there. Because now we have centralized incorporation, which happens in CRC, that is your New Delhi. So it does not depend on state to state now. Hence, the ROC fees and all, that has tremendously reduced. I am talking about the other kind of fees. So after that, the fifth one, once we receive our COI, once company is incorporated, what we will get? We will get certificate of incorporation. The answer is yes. Okay. Then we have to do one more formality. This is very different. We have to execute something called as an operating agreement. What we have to execute? Something called as an operating agreement. This operating agreement concept is not there in our Indian company law. So this operating agreement we have to execute after receipt of certificate of incorporation, and the time limit for executing this is within 90 days. It is within 90 days of approval of your articles of association. So when will authority approve the articles? When we receive the COI. So once we receive the COI, within 90 days of that we have to execute an operating agreement. It is same like your LLP or a partnership agreement. So this agreement basically will deal with the rules and regulations, it is internal rules and regulations of your company. So this is your internal document. Which type of document it is? It is an internal document. We don't file this document anywhere. The filing of this document is not compulsory because this is an internal document, but yes, if you don't execute this, there will be a contravention and you will be liable for the penalty. So I hope you have understood the fifth point of incorporation as far as your New York is concerned. After that, let's go to the next point, sixth point. Now, this point is also a little different. It talks about publication and taking of affidavits. This provisions we don't have in Indian company law, but this is there in the New York company law. So it says that once company is incorporated, company has to give advertisement in the newspaper that we have incorporated and our main object is this. So wherever registered office of your company is situated, over there the famous newspaper, in that you have to give advertisement for number of days. And after you give advertisement for number of days, the publisher of the newspaper, it shall give you a affidavit, that is a certificate that company has complied with the provision of the publication. So once company gets that affidavit, it needs to file with the Department of New York State. I hope you understood this. So let's quickly write it. So once company is incorporated, within 120 days, within 120 days, what they need to do? Company need to publish. Company need to publish about its incorporation. What company has to do? It need to publish about its incorporation. Now how it need to publish? They have to publish in the two newspapers. Wherever the registered office of the company is situated, over there it has to be published in the two newspapers. In one newspaper, it will be printed on the daily basis. They have to print daily. And in the other newspaper, it will be printed once in a week. Once in a week. So in one newspaper, it will be printed daily. In the another newspaper, it will be printed once in a week. Both of this, they have to carry out for 6 weeks. For how many weeks they have to continue doing it? They have to continue doing it for at least 6 weeks. Once this publication procedure is over, your newspaper printer, whoever is the head of that newspaper agency, it shall give you a certificate. Okay, what certificate it is? It is certificate of publication, that company has complied with its requirement of a publication, and it will be supported by an affidavit. Why affidavit? Because whatever publisher is saying, it's true and correct, and it is not disclosing any other information. So this affidavit along with the publication, both of this company needs to file this. Company needs to file with New York department. With New York department. Okay, what they have to file with the New York department? Certificate of publication, along with that the affidavit. And fees for filing this is $50. How much is the fees? $50. I hope this is very clear. So this was your incorporation, and over here we complete your incorporation. So this was the 6th step. After that starts your other formalities. So your 7th step, it is about the US Internal Revenue Service. Like we have an income tax department, in US we have something called as US Internal Revenue Service. From this department, we have to obtain something called as EIN. The full form of this EIN, you will be surprised to know, the full form of this EIN is Federal Employer Identification Number. What is the full form? Federal Employer Identification Number. So in EIN, your F is silent, F is not there. So every company has to take this EIN, and it will form a basis for all the transaction. Everywhere it has to put the EIN. So company is an artificial entity. So who will apply on its behalf? The promoters of the company or the directors of the company shall apply. So every company has to take employer, that is Federal Employer Identification Number. So company needs to apply this by online. If they are applying by going to the website by the online mode, how are they going to get the registration? They get immediate number. So registration is obtained immediately. But if they are not filing online, okay, so they are going to the website and they are downloading the form. They have to download the form called as SS4. Which form is there? SS4 is a form required to be filed for taking EIN. But when you are going online, filing online, no need to file SS4. Okay, so why we will be downloading SS4? Because by downloading SS4, you can do application in 3 ways. The first way, you can do application via email. Second way, you can do application via telephone. And third way is the fax. So 3 ways are there: email, telephone and fax. Okay, so in case of an email, it will take at least 4 weeks for approval. How many weeks it will take? 4 weeks. For online, it is immediately, you will get the EIN. For email, it will take 4 weeks for approval. When we are applying for telephone, through telephone even, it is immediate. Immediately will be getting EIN. But if you are applying through fax, it shall take 4 days. Same application, different time limit. SS4 is a form. For online, we don't require SS4. I think EIN is very clear to all of you. This was step number 7. Now going to the 8th. Over there we have something called as a sales tax. So when we have to register for the sales tax. So when company is dealing in any services or any goods where you have to collect the tax, that is sales tax, and it will be compulsory for you to enroll for the sales tax. And who is going to issue the number of sales tax or the registration? Your Internal Revenue Agency. So we have to register for collection of sales tax. Okay, so application can be made by the company in form DTF 17, which is a form DTF 17. So once the application is taken, registration is taken, it will be compulsory for company to submit the quarterly returns. What we need to do? We need to submit the quarterly returns of a sales tax. How much we have collected, how much we have paid to the government, all the things we need to convey. So this was your 8th step of your incorporation. After that, going to the next one, we also have to register for something called as unemployment insurance division. Unemployment insurance division. Basically, this is the labor law in New York. So when company is incorporated, please remember, every company, that is your every employer, they need to file form NYS 100. Which form they need to file? They need to apply in form NYS 100. Okay, it is compulsory for all the companies to do this. Okay, that whether to whom they have to first of all file, they have to file this to the unemployment division. Which division you have to file? Unemployment division or unemployment department. So this unemployment department or division, they will evaluate your form and check whether the particular law is applicable to you or not. If law is applicable to you, that is labor law of New York is applicable to you, it shall send all the attachments, that is how to appoint the employees, what is the remuneration required, how to file the returns. So everything, requirements of labor law reporting will be sent to you. If the law is not applicable to you, nothing will be sent. Okay, so this unemployment division, what it shall do? It shall do the evaluation of the form. Once evaluation is done, if the law is applicable, then it shall send you the quarterly returns and the laborers payment. They will give you all your details. If law is not applicable to you, then you need not do anything in that. This was your step number 9, registration for unemployment insurance division. Remember, every company has to do this. Okay, and find out labor law is applicable to them or not. Now the next one, the 10th one, we have employees compensation. The same thing, for covering the liability of risk related to health of the employees, we are taking an insurance. So we have to arrange for workmen compensation and disability insurance. Which kind of insurance it is? It is disability insurance. So two things are there. First is workmen compensation and another one is disability insurance. So any of the employee who will get any of the hurt or he is not properly fit, he may go to the hospital and he can avail all the advantages from the insurance agency. He need not pay anything. So this is applicable to whom? You have to first check about the applicability. This insurance will be applicable to all limited liability corporation where one or more employees are employed for at least 30 days in a year. So where one or more employees are employed for 30 days in a year, it will be compulsory to take the workmen compensation. And this 30 days, very importantly, this 30 days need not be consecutive. It not be continuous, it can be taken with a break, no problem at all. Okay, so all the companies who are employing at least one employee in 30 days in a year, they have to take the workman compensation. So once insurance is taken, insurance can be taken by any of the insurance agency. Once insurance is taken, company has to display that insurance, also the rights, benefits of insurance at the conspicuous place in an organization, so that all the employees can take benefit of that. Because if you are aware of your right, then only you can take the benefit, right? So company has to display about insurance. Company has to display about the insurance to the covered employees. Also, who all employees are covered, in which format? DB 120. Please remember the form. DB 120 at conspicuous place. Which place? Conspicuous place. Okay. If they don't do it, then what will happen? They will be liable for the penalty. Now, in case of a disability insurance or disability liability, whenever there is any illness or any accident has occurred, this will not be effective immediately, but this will be active after expiration of 30 days. So employee should have worked for at least how many days? 30 days. So it will expire, or it will be active after expiration of 30 days, and after that 4 weeks of 30 days. 4 weeks of 30 days. So when employees join today, he should have worked for 30 days. After 30 days, after the 4 weeks, then only this disability insurance will be on, otherwise it will not be on. Then only he will be able to take benefit under the disability insurance. This was your point number 10. I hope you have understood. I know this was little lengthy, but believe me, it's not that difficult. So now let's go to our notes. Most of the parts I have discussed. Now directly we'll go to the initiatives. Yes. So initiatives of New York are very less, so we'll be learning all of them. So the first in 2020, they introduced something called as starting of business. It became very easy in California because they introduced online filing of statement of information about limited liability companies. So along with the California, it also applies to the Los Angeles. Then paying of taxes became less costly because they decreased the corporate income tax both in New York and the Los Angeles. After that, enforcing contract, means they are talking about the courts. Enforcing contract became easy because they introduced online electronic filing of application as well as payment of court fees. Then in 2019, employing workers, there were changes in the regulation as to parental leave. Also, there was increase in maximum days, that is sick leaves were increased. Suppose earlier were 20, for example, now they have increased to 25. So that's a benefit for the employees. After that, starting of business became very easy in 2015 by starting of online procedure. Because of that, there was faster incorporation. Paying taxes became difficult because it increased the tax, that is payroll taxes, also which were operating in the metropolitan transportation district. I hope you have understood about the New York. Now you will be very happy. Finally, this chapter is going to end over here with the country called as United Kingdom. Okay, yes, the British country, that's correct. So we are going to see who is a nodal officer over here? Like we have MCA in India, in UK we have Companies House. Okay, in UK we have Companies House. Incorporation of company in UK is not very difficult. The form number is IN01. So with this form we are going to incorporate a company. Now as far as procedure for incorporation of company in UK, this procedure is divided into two different categories. One, it's a process. So this process can be either online or offline. So still in UK they have offline system of incorporation of your companies. So when we are doing online application, please remember, any layman who does not know about the law how to incorporate a company in UK, they have made a model articles of association. So any layman who is a founder, he is himself incorporating a company, he has to go by the online mode. Because in online mode, the model article of association is there. Okay. So when any founder is not employing any of the professional for incorporating company, it is compulsory for them to adopt the model articles of association. So when founder is applying online, so they have memorandum and articles of association. This is a model memorandum and model articles of association. So whenever the founder is applying through online mode, fees is 12 Great Britain pounds. What is the fees? 12 Great Britain pounds. But suppose he is going for offline. Offline he can go only by employing a professional. So it will be very much compulsory for him to hire a professional for the offline mode, because over there is no draft memorandum articles available. So fees for this offline is 40 Great Britain pounds. And when you are employing a professional, the extra fees for employing professional is 10 Great Britain pounds. So for offline 40 and for employing professional 10. When we go to the procedure for incorporation of a company, there are two methods to incorporate. Founder himself is incorporating and he is appointing a professional, because over there the professional is really very expensive. So when founder is himself doing it, he has to follow the online procedure only, that is compulsory, and that we have already seen this procedure, right? So the fees is 12 Great Britain pounds. When we talk about appointment of professional, he may go for online or offline mode, that is different thing. And because professional has a different filing system, so electronic filing system for professional is very different. So there is a different software for filing the form, which is incorporated by a professional. So as I told you, if you are employing a professional, you have to pay fees of 40 Great Britain pounds. I'm really sorry, not 40, but it is 10 Great Britain pounds. This is only fees we have to give to the authority, that is Companies House. Professional charges extra. Okay, I hope you have understood this, what you have learned till now. Now, if we want same day service in both the cases, what we want? We want the same day service in online, offline, professional, whatever. We have to pay extra, that is additional 100 Great Britain pounds. Extra 100 Great Britain pounds we have to pay if we want same day service. This is how we incorporate company in the UK. Also additional documents are there that you can very much read in our notes. Okay, it is very straightforward. Very important for you to remember is fees How is the procedure? Also, which form is there to incorporate a company? So we have understood how to incorporate a company. Once we receive certificate of incorporation, the second very important thing, the other formalities after the incorporation. So we have to register for a payee. We have to register what for a payee. What is payee? The full form of payee is pay as you earn. What is the full form of payee? Pay as you earn. It is same like your TDS. Whenever any employer pays salary to its employee, does he pay the entire amount? The answer is no. He deducts the tax from the source. That's why it is called as a TDS. The same way, whenever any employer in UK pays the salary, it is compulsory for him to enroll under payee and deduct the salary and pay that deducted amount to the authority. So who is a nodal officer over here? Over here we have nodal officer as HMRC. What is HMRC? It is, you know that we have Queen, right? So the full form is Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. So what is the full form? Her Majesty's Revenue and Custom. So we have to enroll for payee with the HMRC. Like we have Income Tax Department in India, we have HMRC in the UK. One more thing we are going to learn about the taxes. So that is also covered under the HMRC. So every company shall be applying for payee registration. Once company applies for payee registration, then PIN shall be generated. Okay, this PIN shall be generated mostly within 4 to 5 days. Within 5 working days. So once you are done with the application, within 5 working days you may get a PIN. This PIN will be used for login and password. So once we get the PIN, this PIN, it is valid for 28 days. So you have to register your company with the help of that PIN within 28 days. If you don't register, the PIN shall expire and then again you have to make the application. So you have to register for payee. Once your registration is done for the payee, every time you give the salary, you have to give real time filing of payee return. So you have to file the return every time you are going to pay salary to your employee. This is a procedure for the payee. I hope you have understood this procedure. Now the next step, the third step is VAT registration. Earlier in India also we had a VAT, but now we don't have a VAT, but we have a GST now. VAT is value added tax. Even that is to be registered with the HMRC. Okay, is it compulsory for all the companies to take VAT registration under UK? The answer is no. So what is the applicability? It will be compulsory for all the companies whose turnover in preceding 12 months in UK exceeds 85,000 Great Britain pounds. How much it is exceeding? 85,000 Great Britain pounds. So when any company's turnover exceeds or is likely to be exceeding 85,000 Great Britain pound, it is compulsory to take VAT registration under HMRC. So once this is exceeded, you have to take within 30 days of exceeding the threshold. Clear with this? Understood? So we have applied for the VAT. Now how to apply? How to apply? Mostly it is done online. Mostly registration is done online, but for few companies only, for few companies, authority may ask for the fax registration. For few companies, we have to do registration through fax. I hope this is clear. So this was a third VAT. Now comes your fourth and the last one, called as employees liability insurance. Employees liability insurance. So even in UK it is compulsory to take insurance of employees. So it will be applicable to all the companies. Applicable to all the companies whoever are employing the employees to take the employees liability insurance, and it shall apply to the approved insurance company. Where can they take the insurance? From the approved insurance companies. And how much they have to take? The limit of insurance is at least 50 lakhs Great Britain pounds. How much? 50 lakhs Great Britain pounds. If they don't take, then default is per day penalty of 25,000, per day penalty of 2500 Great Britain pounds. Per day 2500 Great Britain pounds. It's a huge penalty. Once you take the insurance, it will be compulsory for you to display the insurance. Okay, so you have to display the proof of insurance in the conspicuous place. If you don't do in the conspicuous place in your workplace, it will be deemed to be default. So in case of default, you will be liable for the penalty as if you have not taken the insurance only. Okay, so these were very important steps as far as your UK is concerned. So in UK, apart from the incorporation, we have to remember payee, then we did VAT registration, and after that employee liability insurance. Now we'll go to the initial, that is initiatives taken by your UK. We shall not be learning all of them, but few we are going to mark. So the first one over here, we are going to learn paying of taxes and starting of the business. So paying of taxes became difficult because they introduced a new pension scheme in 2020. Paying of taxes in 2016 became less costly because they reduced the corporate income tax, but they increased the wage amount of employee who was exempted from giving social security contributions. It also increased the municipal tax rate and the environment taxes. So one way they are giving the benefit, other way they are increasing the limit. In 2015, starting of business became very easy because they started with speeding up your tax registration, which we need to do with the HMRC, that is your VAT registration and the payee registration. Also, paying of taxes became less costly because they reduced the corporate income tax, but they increase the landfill taxes. No need to do PhD, what is the landfill taxes. Starting of business in 2014 became easier because they provided with model articles and memorandum. So whoever don't want to employ the professionals, they can go for the online application with the model articles and memorandum. Then paying taxes in 13 became less costly because again they reduced the corporate income taxes. That's it. We are done with this particular chapter. Thank you so much for listening to me. I know this chapter was little bit difficult. Believe me, if you read for the third time, no, you will not find it difficult. Only you have to remember the highlighted important points which we have written along with that JKSE notes. That's it. It will be enough for you. Now let's see the case laws for chapter number 11. Again, this chapter will be asked straightforward. Okay. Adarsh Limited wants to expand its business through investment in overseas JVWOs. Partners of firms seek your advice about various modes of funding through which the overseas investment can be made. Advise them in light of provisions of FEMA 1999. So what is a question they have asked you? What are the sources of funding through which they can do the ODI? Simple, straightforward, great. After that, choice of business location outside India involves considerations of many factors. So over here we have to write what are the various factors we consider when we are looking after growing business outside India. All those factors like political factors, geographical factors, everything will come. Clear with this? Great. Now, going to the solved questions. Divyesh Digital Networks Limited want to expand its business through investment in JVWOS. Okay. The partners of the firm seek your advice about various sources of funding through which ODI can be made. Simple. Again, they are asking you sources of funding. Right. After that, next question. Choice of business involves consideration of many factors. This also we have discussed. Various factor, again straightforward. Then branch office can be established by body incorporated outside India, including firm or association of a person involved in manufacturing or trading. The permission to set up branch office has to be obtained from RBI under FEMA regulations. In light of RBI Master Circular, highlight activity which are permitted by RBI. Basically, this question is from chapter 2. Okay, so what they have asked you, activity permitted by RBI. This we have discussed in chapter number 2. Understood? Clear with this? Okay. Then, can a Navratna company in oil and gas sector in India, which are duly approved by Government of India, invest in overseas unincorporated body without any limit under automatic rule? Answer is yes, because if they have taken permission from Government of India, that means their contract is approved by Government of India, they can invest in overseas unincorporated bodies without any limit. Understood? So this is clear. Yes. Then, your company proposed to enter into JV outside India and management of company wants to know from you various modes available for funding. See, this is called as repeated questions, jackpot questions, right? So, please write it as it is. I hope you have understood chapter number 11. Along with that, the question answer solving also gives us confidence, right? So now today we are going to start with chapter number 12. I hope all of you have done with chapter number 11 and all the previous chapter. Because once we complete our chapter number 12, we are also completing our part A, which comprises of your 40 marks. So it's a very interesting part. We have learned so many things in this. Also your company law is also there. So this itself becomes very scoring. First time when you will learn all these chapters, you'll find it bit difficult. When you will learn it for the second time, it will be very much easy, a cakewalk for you. So, this chapter number 12 is conversion of business entities. In this chapter, we are going to learn how to convert different types of companies into other type of a company. Example, conversion of private into public, public into private, public into OPC, OPC into private limited company, so on and so forth. Also, we are going to learn how to convert your unincorporated bodies into a company. So, entities which are not registered under Companies Act, even that can be converted and registered under Companies Act. For example, LLP can be converted into a company. Also, a trust society which are registered can also be converted into a Section 8 company. As far as weightage of this chapter is concerned is 5 to 8 marks. So from your exam point of view, this chapter becomes very important because we have seen a trend that they make sure to ask you at least one question from this chapter. So without wasting any time, let's begin. So as I have told you about the weightage, it's 5 to 8 marks. So we will not be missing this chapter, as this chapter comprises of procedures. It would be better for you to know the process. Like if I tell you how to convert a private limited into public limited, the very important thing for you to remember is what are the forms to be filed with ROC, whose approvals are we going to take during the procedure. That's it. And if you make a flow chart of this chapter, it would really help you to do last minute revision. Our notes are already there, but flowchart also helps you to reduce the time which takes in the revision. So now first we will understand why do we convert? Why do we convert the entities? See, when any of the business entity is there, suppose it's a private limited company, now it wants to go for public issue. It requires more capital. So existing, we are a private limited. If we don't convert, then what we have to do? First we have to wind up our private limited company, and secondly we have to incorporate your public limited company. So firstly we are going for winding up, and then comes your incorporation. In this winding up incorporation, you are not only losing your cost, your money, but also faith of your investors. Investors will say, you're going on shutting down one enterprise and going to the other enterprise. This is not done. Hence, our law has a provision of conversion. So whenever any of the promoters of the company think that they are not happy with the kind of organization, if it is there under company laws provision, they can convert. So the very first conversion, or before starting with the conversion, we are going to see what are the different conversions possible as per our Companies Act 2013. So as per our Companies Act 2013, what are the kinds of conversion? These conversions are divided into two parts. The first part, we have conversion of one type of company, okay, into other type of company. One type of company into other type of company. So for example, when we convert our private limited, which is already registered under Companies Act, to public limited, which is also registered under Companies Act. So both the organizations are registered under Companies Act, that is one type of company into another type of a company. And the second part of conversion means there are certain unincorporated bodies. There are certain unincorporated bodies means which are not registered under Companies Act 2013. Even these unincorporated bodies can be converted into company. So if I give you example of this, we can convert LLP into a company. Also, we can convert a registered trust into a Section 8 company. I hope you have understood this. Okay, these are the two conversion we are going to see. And the very first procedure we are going to begin is conversion of private limited company. Your existing company is a private limited company. You are going to convert that into a public limited company. So what are we doing? We are going to convert our existing private limited into a public limited. Now just imagine, just think about a private limited. Your section number is different, that is 268, and your public company 271. Number of directors 2 or more. For public 3 or more. The number of members, it cannot exceed 200, plus it has various restrictions and prohibitions in the articles. So all those you need to change when you are converting into a public limited company. So all this basic will always go hand in hand. That's why it's very important that our base is clear. Got it? So what is the first procedure in the conversion? I will name this as A, so it would be very easy for us. Numberings will be done like this. So first step in conversion of private into public, always calling of a board meeting. I hope you remember the steps which we had written in chapter number 3. So the basic steps shall be one and the same. So let's start. So as per the secretarial standards as discussed there, as per secretarial standard 1 which is there for the board meetings, we have to give advance notice of 7 days. Advance notice of 7 days. So we need 7 days advance notice if we want to call a board meeting. And where it will be sent to the registered email ID or the registered address of the each and every director. We need to give all the directors. Okay, so we cannot skip any of the notices, but we have to give it to all the directors. After that, after board meeting is done, that means after calling of board meeting is done, we need to hold the board meeting. On the fixed day, we are going to hold a board meeting, and what all transactions we are going to do in that? We are going to put a proposal before board of directors for the conversion. So first of all, board of directors have to approve the conversion of private into public. So we are going to pass a board resolution for all of this. Okay. So board resolution for conversion of private into public. Second, we require shareholders approval also. So we have to convene a general meeting. So for that we need to fix day. Okay. So we have to pass a board resolution for fixing date, time, day and venue for the general meeting. After this, we also have to approve the notice of the general meeting. So approval of general meeting notice. And last resolution we pass for the giving authority. So authorization. Authorization is given to the company secretary where we have one, or when we don't have, authorization is given to any one director. On behalf of the company, CSO director shall carry on all or any of the acts required to give effect to the transaction. So these are the 2 steps done. Now in the third step, we are going to issue notice of a general meeting. And we know that for issuing notice of general meeting, we issue notice of 21 clear days. Okay. So by now you might have heard about a shorter notice concept. So if company wants to give notice in a shorter duration than 21 clear days, they need to take 95% of written consent from the members of company. So if 95% of majority they approve giving a shorter notice, you can give any number of days notice shorter than 21 days. So it can be even 1 day notice also, that is also fine. Okay. After giving general meeting notice, we shall hold general meeting, and in general meeting we require to pass a special resolution. So we are going to pass special resolution. This special resolution will be passed for 2 important reasons. So 2 special resolutions are there. First, for the conversion of private into public, and second one, we need to alter articles. Why? Can we keep these 3 restrictions or prohibition for a public limited company? The answer is no. So we need to pass special resolution for alteration of articles of association. So 2 special resolutions we are going to pass. After that, the 5th step is, when we pass a special resolution, tell me which form are we going to file? MGT 14. So we are going to file form MGT 14 with whom? With the ROC within 30 days of passing special resolution. So within 30 days of special resolution, we are going to file MGT 14 with the ROC. Now we are going to start with the actual step for conversion, that is filing of the form. Students, remembering the form of conversions are very important from your exam point of view. So please remember. So we have to apply for conversion. We need ROC approval for that, to ROC. And in which form are we going to file? Please remember the form number INC 27. So form INC 27 we shall be filing for getting approval for conversion of private into public company. Please remember, it's a small procedure. Why? Because small company is getting converted into big company. If big company, that is public, is getting converted into private, then the lengthy procedure is there. I hope you understood this. Now what are the attachments to this? To INC 27 we shall be attaching the minutes of the general meeting where your conversion resolution is passed by the shareholders. Also we shall be attaching notice of general meeting. Also we shall be attaching altered articles of association. Also we shall be attaching resolution of board, that is board resolution, where your approval is taken. After that, the next step is step number 7. If ROC is satisfied with INC 27, it shall give you approval. So if ROC is satisfied, then it shall give approval for the conversion. What it shall do? Approval for the conversion. Now just listen to me carefully. It has given approval for conversion means what? Earlier our company was private limited. Now it has approved that our company can be called as a public limited. So for private limited we have become public. So what will happen to this private? The status of this private limited will be converted into public company. What will be the status? The status will be converted into public company. So do you need to separately wind up the private limited? The answer is no. Because what will be the status? The company is converted into a public limited company. So whatever was the status of private limited will be same that of a public. All the shareholders, all the contracts, everything will be transferred. So because of conversion, are we forming a new entity? The answer is no. We are not forming a new entity. Please remember, what are the effects of conversion? The effects of conversion is no new entity is formed. It is not like you are fresh. No. All the existing contracts, agreements shall be carried forward. All the proceeding, everything shall be carried forward now, but in a public limited company and not in a private limited company. So all liabilities and contracts shall remain enforced. Is it clear? Very simple. What was very important in this? For me, very important was INC 27 to remember. What you can do is you can write the procedures along with me. Okay, and then it will be very easy for you to learn. That's it for this. Now in the next video we shall start with the conversion of public into private limited. So big company getting converted into small company, hence lengthy procedure. I hope you have understood the first procedure, that is conversion of private limited company into public limited company. Now just imagine you are living in a 5-bedroom hall kitchen. Suddenly, what happens due to some financial crisis? You have to come down to 1-bedroom hall kitchen. Don't you think people are going to ask you what happened to you suddenly? So, n number of questions shall be there, right? On the same lines, when the big company gets converted into a small company, okay, then lot of question will be asked by the authorities, which is your regulatories. So now we are going to see the procedure for conversion of public limited company, which is a big company, into a private limited company, which is a small company. Because in public limited, we had number of shareholders which may be more than 200. But in private limited, we will be having a cap of 200 shareholder. So why will a promoter of the company or the directors of the company want company to be a private company? Now there has to be some strong reasons. Hence over here, before converting, we require approval of the shareholders. Everybody knows that. Along with the shareholders approval, we need to get approval of the central government. Whose approval we require? Central government. So central government is the authority who shall give us the approval. But this particular power of central government, it has delegated to the regional director. Okay. The power of central government for approving the conversion of public into private is been delegated to the RD. So now any company who wants to do conversion of public into private has to give application to the RD. Clear? So without wasting time, can we just quickly start with the procedure? Chalo. So let's start the very first step. Everybody knows we are going to call a board meeting. Before going to the board meetings and all, we need to check certain points. What we need to check? We need to check as to number of directors or number of shareholders. So first of all, we have to check how many shareholders are there in public limited, because if we have more than 200, what you have to do? First of all, you have to do buyback of shares first, right? So you cannot convert in case you have more than 200 shareholders. So you have to check whether your shareholders are up to 200 or not. Then in the articles of association of your proposed private limited company, you have to insert certain restrictions, right? First, as to cap or number of shareholder. Second, as to transferability of share. Third, as to cannot go to the public for the shareholding. Very clear with this? After that, we have to check whether company has deposits from the public or not. So if company has accepted deposits from the public, first of all, it has to repay the deposits. Once they repay the deposit, then only they can convert it into a private limited company, otherwise it cannot convert into a private limited company. So these are the important points. Apart from that, one important question: can a listed company, which is a public limited company, be converted into a private limited? Your existing company is a public limited which is listed company. Can you convert that directly into a private limited? The answer is no. We cannot do that. But when you have completed your delisting regulations, so now your shares are no longer listed on the stock exchange, you have completed all the formalities, so now you are a unlisted public company, then that unlisted public company can very well be converted into a private limited company. So I hope this concept is very, very clear. Okay. So, but if delisting formalities are completed, then conversion is possible. Okay. So now let's start with the procedure. First one, we have checked certain points. So now the second point, we are going to call the board meeting. How are we going to call the board meeting? By giving 7 days advance notice. So by giving 7 days advance notice, we are going to call the board meeting. On the fixed day, we are going to hold the board meeting. And in the board meeting, what all things we are going to discuss? We are going to discuss, first of all, we are going to place a proposal in front of board of directors for conversion. Okay, proposal for conversion into public into private. Also, you need to pass a board resolution, because over here we need to do RD application, right? So we need to authorize our director or a company secretary that it can do the application to RD on behalf of the company. So first resolution was for a proposal for the conversion. After that, we will be passing a board resolution for fixing day, date, time and venue of the general meeting. After that, third, now we are very much expert, approving the notice of general meeting. Along with that, explanatory statement. We need to give the explanation to the shareholders, right? That why are we converting? Otherwise, shareholders are going to ask you in the meeting. Instead of giving answer to each and every shareholder, it's better to give an explanatory statement, and as per 102, it's compulsory to give the explanatory statement. Please remember this. After that, authorization. Authorization can be given to a company secretary or a director. Company secretary or a director. So these are the things we do in the board meeting. After that, fourth point, we are going to issue 21 clear days notice, okay, to all the shareholders for the general meeting. Okay, so 21 clear days notice to all the shareholders and other parties who have to attend the general meeting for your general meeting. Okay, after that, after general meeting notice, we have to hold the general meeting. Okay, and in the general meeting, we have to pass special resolution. So we are going to take approval of shareholders for conversion of public into private. So this special resolution, okay, we have to write one point. This will be subject to RD approval. What do you have to write in the resolution? The approval given by the shareholders shall be subject to the RD approval. So if RD does not give approval for conversion of public into private, your company will not be converted. Okay. After that, sixth step. Which form are we going to file after that? File form MGT 14 with ROC within 30 days of special resolution. I hope all of you are writing with me. This will help you to remember the provisions very fast and the procedures very fast. After that, the seventh point, let's write on the next page. because from here your main procedure for conversion start. So now we have to give the advertisement first of all. So we have to publish notice of conversion. Till now we have not converted, but we have to write that we are proposing conversion of public into private, and for that we are going to make application to the regional director. So whoever has problem, whoever has a objection, you can raise objection with the company or with the RD within prescribed time. Okay, so this is a public notice given in short. So public notice of conversion, this will be published in 2 newspapers, one in English newspaper and another in the vernacular newspaper, wherever your registered office of the company is situated. And the format of this notice is form number INC 25A, which is a format INC 25A. In this format we have to file the notice in the 2 newspapers, and it should be the leading newspaper, it should not be the old one which nobody reads. Okay, so this you have to do at least 21 days before filing application with the RD. So what is the time limit of this? When you have to do it? You have to do it at least 21 clear days before application to RD. Okay, this advertisement is to be given within 21 clear days before you make application to the RD. I hope you understood the format, where we need to give the notice and what is the time limit for that. Now, along with the public notice, the 8th point, rather we can club this point over here only. Along with the public notice, we need to give individual notices also. Okay, individual notice is to be given to whom? To all the shareholders of the company, to all the debenture holders of the company, and to all the creditors of the company. This notice we have to give that we are going to get converted into public into private. If you have any problem, then please come to us or raise objection. So along with the public notice, you have to give individual notices also on their registered email ID or their address. Along with that, we need to file this notice with ROC as well. Okay. Now, what is the aim of this notice? Why are we giving the notice? We are giving notice because we will write in that notice, in case any objections. Which objections I am talking about? They have objection, they don't want company to be converted into private. So in case any objections, you can raise the same, that is raise the objection within 30 days of notice. So within 30 days of the notice or within 30 days of the publication of notice, any party can raise the objection. So what is the time limit given? 30 days. Now the next point is 8th point. Now we are going to make application to the regional director. Okay. So application for conversion. We require approval of regional director, right? So application for conversion we have to file in form RD1. What is the form number? Please highlight the form number. RD1 is the application form which we file for application for conversion of public into a private limited company. This you need to file within 60 days of special resolution. So it is to be filed within 60 days of special resolution. So your special resolution is valid only till here. If 60 days got lapsed, so now your special resolution is not valid. You have to again convene a general meeting and again pass a special resolution. So now you have to apply in this. Now, what are the documents which we need to file? Documents we are going to read from our notes. Okay, important documents we are going to read here, but the main documents we are going to learn from our notes. So which are the documents? First of all, we have to attach copy of minutes of the general meeting. Okay, in that general meeting, especially how your special resolution was passed, you have to give details like how many consented to it. So assent was received of how many shareholders, how many objected the resolution, and how many were neutral, they did not apply. So they did not vote only. So all these details we have to give. After that, next one we need to attach certified true copy of a board resolution. Okay, wherein we had given authority to a director or a company secretary to apply to the regional director. Now we need to give certain declarations. What we need to give? Certain declarations. Now declarations shall be given by your KMP, that is a key managerial personnel, or the director. So if there is no KMP, the director can also give this declaration. Now what is the first declaration? The first declaration is as to limit of number of shareholders, but number of shareholders that we are not exceeding about 200, because a private limited company cannot have more than 200 shareholders. So this is the first declaration given by your KMP or a director. Also you have to give declaration that company has not accepted deposit from the public. Therefore, we had checked whether we are having public deposits or not. If we are having, first we have to repay that, only then we can make the application. So these are the two declarations done. The third declaration is company has not done any contravention or any non-compliance in the following sections. So company has not done non-compliance with regard to section 73 to 76. 73 to 76 talks about your deposits. Section 177 which talks about your audit committee. Section 178 which talks about your NRC committee. Section 185 which talks about the loans to the directors. Section 186 talks about the intercorporate loans, and section 188 is your related party transactions. So company has not done any non-compliance in regards to all these sections. After that, fourth declaration is company is not a listed company. What do you have to declare? Company is not a listed company. So these are the declarations which is to be given by the director or the KMP. I hope this is clear. Now let's go to the documents. Yes, these are the documents. First of all, we'll have to attach a draft copy of your new memorandum and articles, that is your proposed memorandum and articles. Then copy of minutes of the general meeting, as I have told you earlier, by giving detail how much votes were casted in favor, against, and how much did not vote. Then certified true copy of a board resolution where power of attorney is given. Then declarations are to be given by the KMP or a director. This we have already discussed. After that, company needs to give certain additional information. What are the additional information? Date on which the board meeting was conducted for alteration of memorandum and articles. After that, date of general meeting where alteration of memorandum articles was approved. Then what is the reason for conversion? Okay, and such conversion, is it going to affect any of the stakeholder of the company, that is shareholder, creditor, debenture holder? If yes, you have to give that effect. What is the effect which is going to happen? Then you have to give details of other conversions which company has done within last 5 years, and also copy of order if you are having that. Then whether our company is section 8 company or not. So all these additional details we need to give. Along with that, we have to make a list of creditors and a debenture holders. This is the same list like we made in chapter number 3. Company secretary and the director have to verify the affairs of the company perfectly, find out whose outstanding deposits are there, debentures are there, and then they have to make a list of creditors or the debenture holders whose outstanding amount is there with the company. So latest list they have to make, and list cannot be older than 30 days. Please remember what all things we need to include in the list. We need to give name, address of each and every creditor and debenture holder of the company. We have to give what is the amount due by to each and every debenture holder and a creditor. Then have you made any contingency or uncertain date? Okay, this is to be given in the form of an affidavit. How you have to give? This is to be given in the form of an affidavit. Affidavit will be signed by at least 2 directors. One of them shall be the managing director and another one shall be the whole-time director. Along with that, also company secretary has to sign the affidavit. These all things we have discussed in detail in chapter number 3. Okay. So, company secretary and 2 directors shall sign. One of them should be the director, and they should say that they have checked the affairs of the company. None of the creditor or debenture holder is inserted without any reason. None of them have been omitted. So the list is a conclusive list in the understanding of company secretary and the director. After that, authenticated copy of list of creditors and debenture holders, they should also be kept at the registered office of the company. And anybody wants to inspect that or take extract, inspection will be free of charge. Anybody wants to take the extract by paying 10 rupees, they can take the extract from the registered office of the company. We have already discussed about the advertisement in the newspaper in 25A. Okay, so don't forget the sequence. So these are all for the documentation. Now we will go for the further steps. So 8th one, we had made application to the regional director. Now we are going to the 9th one. Now in the 9th one, once application is filed with RD, once application is filed with the regional director, I hope you remember that we had given the public notice as well as individual notice for the objections. So 2 scenarios may be there. First, objections received, and second, objections not received. Objections received and objections not received. So when any of the objection is received, RD may order for the hearing. Okay. So in case of objections received, RD may order for hearing. and in that hearing they should try to reach the consensus. So this entire procedure, right from the application, after that your hearing, consensus, everything has to be completed within 60 days of application. So in case of objections received, RD has to decide whether it wants to give approval or it want to reject. It is to be completed within 60 days of application. This is a time bound procedure, that's why the time limit is given 60 days of approval. Clear? Now, when the consensus are reached, if RD is satisfied, what it shall give you? It shall do and give you the approval. So further proceedings it shall start, and in case it is happy with your application, it shall give you approval for the conversion. But if RD is not satisfied, what it can do? It may reject your application. Okay, so please remember this table. Okay, now we'll go to where we have not received any of the objections. So where we have not received any of the objection, there can be two circumstances. One, where there is a defect in the application. What is there? Defect in the application. And second one, there is no defect. We'll go to the easy one first. So when there is no defect and if RD is satisfied, then it shall grant you an approval. If RD is satisfied, it shall grant you an approval. If it is not satisfied, then it shall reject your application. Please remember this, I have just shown you an arrow. Okay, but when there is a defect in your application, please remember this. Or if RD wants some extra documents, so it may tell you to resubmit the form. Okay, so company have to resubmit the form within 15 days. In which form? Already we have filed application RD1, so again we will not be paying the fees. In form GNL5. Please remember, we have to add word RD over here. So it's RDGNL5. So in case of a defect, company has to resubmit. And when RD is satisfied, it shall grant you approval. If it is not satisfied with your application, it may reject your order. So I hope you have understood the entire table. This helps us to do last minute revision and not to see that pages which is just a theory. It will be very boring to all of you. Okay, so I hope everybody has understood this. Now let's go to the next one. Till now we have not completed. It is just point number 9. Now we are going to point number 10. Now, one special point this is, in certain cases, RD shall not grant approval. Okay, in certain cases, RD shall not grant approval. In which case? The first case, whenever there is inspection investigation going on against the company. So, first case, inspection and investigation is pending. Okay. Or the second case, some proceedings, that is court proceedings, are pending. Proceedings of the company are pending. So in these two scenarios, RD may not give you the approval, he may reject your application. Okay. After that, once we receive the RD approval, what we have to do? Again convene a general meeting and now pass a special resolution. Why? Because now we have to alter the memorandum and articles. So we are passing special resolution for alteration of MOA and AOA. Also, we have to change the name of the company. Okay, I hope everybody is understanding what are we doing. Don't forget, we are doing procedure of conversion of public into a private limited company. After that, we have to file this order of RD with the ROC, because we know that till the time we don't file order of RD with ROC, our approval is not going to come into effect, right? So, file order of the RD with ROC. In which form? In form INC 28. Okay, and within 15 days we have to file this. When we have to file? Within 15 days. So MGT 14. So order of RD is to be filed in INC 28 within 15 days of receipt of the order. Now, will ROC judge the company whether approval is to be given for conversion or not? No. Approval is received by the authority. It will just check the genuineness of the order, and if satisfied, it shall issue a new certificate of incorporation. So, after that, ROC shall issue certificate of incorporation. Okay, so whatever date is written on certificate of incorporation, that is the effective date of your conversion, and from this day only your conversion of public into private gets effect. I hope you have understood this. It was little lengthy procedure, students, but it is not that difficult. Please remember whose approvals are required, what all formalities we need to do. You need to remember that. Along with that, which forms. Okay, now let's begin with the third type of conversion, that is OPC into a private limited company. OPC is defined under section 2 clause 62, whereas your private limited company is defined under section 2 clause 68. So when we are converting OPC into private limited company, we have to check various points. Okay, first of all, we need to increase the number of members, because in OPC compulsory there has to be only one member, but in private limited company minimum 2 members are compulsory. So increase number of members, okay, to 2, right? Second, if your OPC is having only one director, then we need to increase the number of director also to 2, because the minimum criteria for private limited company are 2 directors. So second thing we need to increase is number of directors to 2. Now your OPC can also be converted into a public limited company. Your OPC may also be converted into a public limited company. So when you are OPC and converting into a public limited, the number of shareholders to be increased is from 1 to 7, right? And in case of director, 1 director to 3 director. So this is how you have to do. Now many of students will have question, ma'am, can we directly convert into a public limited company? The answer is yes. OPC can be directly converted into a public limited company, no problem. I hope this is clear. After that, third thing we need to see is we have to change the name, right? Because earlier in bracket we used to write it as OPC, but now how you have to write? You have to write, in case of a private limited you have to add suffix private limited, in case of a public limited we need to add suffix as a limited. I hope this is clear. Now as far as changes in articles or the charters of the company, major changes will not be there in a private limited company, but when OPC is getting converted into public limited, what we need to do? We need to alter articles of association, and thereby you need to remove those restrictions and prohibitions. Why? because restrictions and prohibitions are not applicable to a public limited company. I hope this is clear. So these are the points we need to check. Earlier, students, just for your information, there were two kinds of converger in the OPC. So earlier OPC could be converted into two types. One was a compulsory conversion and another one was a voluntary conversion. Compulsory conversion has to be done of a OPC into private limited when the threshold was exceeded. Earlier, OPC cannot have paid up share capital of more than 50 lakhs and it cannot have turnover of more than 2 crore. But now this requirement is no more there, as we discussed. So earlier, if OPC used to increase their threshold, they had to be compulsorily converted into a private limited company within 6 months. So now this provision is not applicable to us, hence compulsory conversion is not there. We are not going to read what is compulsory conversion because it is not applicable to us. Now rules have changed. As far as voluntary conversion is concerned, earlier we could do conversion of OPC in case of voluntary only after 2 years of incorporation. After 2 years from incorporation. Okay, these are the old rules. But now this requirement is not there. So 2 years is not applicable now. So OPC can be converted voluntarily at any time after the incorporation. So what is a new rule? OPC can be converted into public or a private limited company any point of time after the incorporation. Is it clear? Anywhere you find this old rules, these are not applicable to us now. Clear? Okay, so now let's go to the next and start with our procedure. Procedure for conversion, step number 1. Right now you are an OPC, just imagine. So you are going to call a board meeting. Now just imagine if you have only one director. Are you going to do board meeting with that one director? That director will discuss with whom? That's why calling of board meeting will not be applicable in case there is only one director. So in that case, what to do? Now listen to me very carefully. In case of one director and in case of more than one director. So in case of more than one director, you have to give advance notice. We give the 7 days notice, right? Same rule will be applicable. But in case we are having only one director, in that case, no board meeting to be convened. No board meeting. So, in the second step, we have to hold the board meeting. Over here, in one director, we are not holding any board meeting. Then what to do? We have to just record the board resolution in the minutes book. What do you have to do? Record the board resolution in the minutes book and to be signed by the single director. When this formality is done, it is assumed that you have convened your board meeting. Okay. In case of more than one director, what all transaction we are going to do? First of all, we are going to put proposal for the conversion, right? After that second step, we have to increase the number of directors. Second proposal, increase number of directors. Third one, proposal for increasing shareholders also. Proposal for increase in shareholding, SH I am writing for shareholders. Then board resolution we have to pass for alteration of memorandum and articles. Fourth one, alteration of memorandum and articles. Now you will have one question, ma'am, why we did not write about the general meeting, fixing date, time, venue? Are we going to hold a general meeting? A single holder is there, single shareholder. How is he going to hold a meeting with himself? So this rule is not applicable to us. Clear with this? So now the third one, very important, general meeting shall not be convened. Are we convening the general meeting? The answer is no. We are not going to convene a general meeting. Then what to do? The same thing which we did for the board of directors. So what we have to do? We have to intimate the single shareholder about the proposal. Okay, intimate the single shareholder about the proposal, and if he gives his consent, if he is ready for the conversion, then what you need to do? It is to be recorded in the minutes book. Which minutes book? Board meeting minutes book? No. It will be general meeting minutes book. And it will be signed by the single shareholder. To be signed by single shareholder. Clear with this? Understood? Great. Now the fourth one. Okay, the fourth step. Now we are going to file an application for conversion. So do we need any RD approval? No, small company is getting converted into big company. That's okay. So we don't need anybody's approval, but we have to file application with the ROC. Always for conversion we have to take approval of ROC. So file application for proposal of conversion with the ROC. In which form? The form number is INC 6, please remember. Private to public INC 27, public to private RD 1, OPC to public into private INC 6, please remember. And what are the attachments we are going to do with this? We are going to attach certified true copy of a board resolution. Also we require altered memorandum and articles, MOA and AOA. Also we require latest copy, that is financial statements copy we will require. And the last one, authority resolution. So these are the 4 attachments we need to file. Simple. Then over here also we need to file MGT 14. Now tell me, why are we going to file MGT 14? Are we passing a special resolution? No. But we are altering the memorandum article. So for alteration of memorandum articles we are going to file MGT 14. So file form MGT 14 with ROC. After that we have appointed the director. So for appointment of director we are going to file DIR 12. File form DIR 12 for appointment of directors. When you increase the shareholder, do you need to file any return with the ROC? No, we don't need to file any return with the ROC. Then ROC shall evaluate your application. If he is satisfied, it shall give you approval. From that day your OPC is not there, so it is converted into a private limited or a public limited. So ROC is satisfied with your application, it shall grant you or issue you a certificate of incorporation. What it shall issue you? A certificate of incorporation. Very simple to understand. Yes. So in this important points, INC 6 is a form. That's it. Nothing else to be remembered in this. Do we require RD approval? The answer is no. So the procedure was very easy, I hope so. Yes, so this was our third conversion. Now let's go to our next conversion, that is conversion of private company or a public company into an OPC. As discussed earlier, whenever big company is getting converted into small company, then you have to follow some extra procedure. You need to take approval of your creditors, debenture holders and other stakeholders of the company. So unlike your conversion of public into private, we are not going to take RD approval over here, but only we require approval of ROC over here. So let's begin with the conversion. Before we convert, we have to see certain important points. Like we are getting converted into an OPC and we know that there is a threshold of number of members. In OPC, we cannot have more than one shareholder. So right now, if you are a public company or a private company, you may be having more than one shareholder. So you need to reduce that. Okay. Also, you need to see your articles of association if you are a public limited company, because OPC is just like a private limited company. It needs to have that restrictions and the prohibitions. Also, we need to check whether being a public company you had accepted deposits from public or not. If yes, first of all you have to repay that deposits, right? So all these things we need to check and then we can start with our commencement. So first point under this, we will be calling a board meeting. Remember, right now presently we are a private or a public company, so over here we will have our board meeting, because in private or public we have two or more directors, right? So advance notice of 7 days shall be given to all its directors and we will be holding our board meeting, okay, for doing various formalities for the conversion. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to put a board proposal for the conversion and the board resolution shall be passed on that. Second thing, we need approval of our shareholders also. So we need to fix day, date, time and venue for the general meeting. Third one, we are going to approve the notice, along with that the explanatory statement. Students, I am writing ES shortcut for explanatory statement, but for you shortcuts are not allowed in exam. So notice and ES of the general meeting, and the fourth one will be our authorization given to the director or a company secretary. Okay, so this is all we are going to do. After that, the third point, we shall issue notice of general meeting. This notice of general meeting will be 21 clear days notice for the general meeting, right? Then on the due date, we will be holding our general meeting, and for conversion, we will always require a special resolution. So we shall pass a special resolution for the conversion. So this special resolution, first of all, will be passed for the conversion of public or private into an OPC. Secondly, we will pass for alteration of memorandum and articles. So altering our memorandum and articles, we will be also passing a special resolution. Everything together we shall do. And once we pass a special resolution, which form are we going to file? Very good, it's MGT 14. So we are going to file form MGT 14 within 30 days. With whom? ROC. Okay, these are the basic points, and now we are going to apply for the conversion in the next point, that is our sixth point. Again, the form number is same. Same means, like we saw in the last video, for converting OPC into public or a private, we had filed form INC 6. Same form will be filed for the reverse conversion. So if we want to convert our public or private limited into OPC, again the same form, that is INC 6. So file application for conversion with ROC in which form? In form INC 6. In which form are we going to file? Going to file in INC 6. Now important is you have to attach document. So first of all, we will require a written NOC. Written NOC is written no objection certificate from all of your secured creditors. So we will have to take written NOC from all of our secured creditors. Also we have to attach list of creditors and members. Also we need to attach latest audited financial statements of the company. Then we have to attach altered memorandum of association and articles of association. Then we require to file a declaration. This declaration shall be given in the form of an affidavit. Now what will be the declaration? Declaration is as to number of members. Directors will give the declaration. Who will give the declaration? The directors will give the declaration that number of members shall not exceed 1. Number of members shall not exceed 1, because in OPC we cannot have more than 1 member. So this is a declaration which is required to be given. I hope this is clear. So once this application is filed, if your ROC is satisfied, if ROC is satisfied, what it shall do? It shall grant you a certificate of incorporation. Issue certificate of an incorporation. So the date which is written in the COI, that will give you an effect of conversion. So now you are no longer a private limited or a public limited, but that is converted into an OPC. OPC will not be having more than 1 member. I hope you have understood the conversion. Now you are feeling it simple, right? Great. Now we are going to start with the next type of conversion, little different. Now we are going to convert our Section 8 company into any other kind of a company. So let's again try to remember what is a Section 8 company. Your Section 8 company is a non-profit organization. So the memorandum of your Section 8 company consists of these 3 things, which is promoting any of the given object. So it is not for doing business, but it is for promoting any of the object. Also, there will be prohibition as to declaration of the dividend. So in the Section 8 company, we are not allowed to declare the dividend. Also, whatever profits are generated by Section 8 company, that will be deployed in promoting the object of the company. So these are the very 3 important rules of a Section 8 company. So such kind of a non-profit organization, now we are getting converted into any other kind. Any other kind means it is for the profit organization. So now this company no longer wants to be Section 8, but it wants to make or earn money now. Okay. So your government will be really want to ask you why you don't want to continue as a Section 8 company. So I think you have understood now that this procedure will be little detailed and lengthy procedure. So without wasting our time, let's begin. Yes. So I hope you have understood that we are converting our Section 8, that is non-profit organization, into a profit organization. So what is the important thing we need to do? First of all, convene board meeting. I have skipped first point of calling of board meeting by giving 7 days notice, because that all basic points you know now. So by giving 7 days notice, we are going to convene a board meeting, and in that we are going to pass various resolutions. So what are the resolutions we are going to pass? First of all, proposal for the conversion, whether you want to get converted into private or a public company, that you have to decide. After that, second, we also need our shareholders approval, so we will be fixing day, date, time and venue for the general meeting. Then we will be giving approval for the notice of general meeting, along with that explanatory statement. We need to give something special in this notice that we are going to see. Along with that, we need to give the authority to company secretary or a director. So these are the basic points to be done in the board meeting. After that, we are going to issue notice of general meeting. This will be 21 clear days. Okay, now listen to me very carefully. In this notice of general meeting, there are certain points we need to highlight. Now, what are the points? First of all, in the explanatory statement, we should include following points. So, explanatory statement should include following points. So, first one, what was the date of incorporation of the company? Date of incorporation of the company. After that, what is the main object of the company? Which was promotion of some particular object, right? So what is the main object? After that, why are you getting converted? So you have to mention reasons for the conversion and why company cannot continue with the Section 8 company. Also, what do you have to write? Why company cannot continue as a Section 8 company. This you need to give in detail. I hope you are understanding and also noting it down. After that, you have to give alteration of the object. That means what is going to be your new object? So what do you have to give? The new business. What is a proposed new business? Then you have to give list of donations which Section 8 company has received, because it was a Section 8 company. Okay. Then what are the exemptions which it has enjoyed and privileges which it is enjoying? So we need to give details of donation, exemptions and privileges enjoyed by a Section 8 company. After that, we also need to write down what will be impact of this conversion. The current shareholders, are they going to be profitable because of this conversion? Then you have to tell everything in detail. So what will be impact on your members? Especially you have to mention, are members accruing profit because of this? Okay, so this all are the points which company needs to mention in its explanatory statement, which we give along with the notice. I hope this is clear. After that, the third point, we are going to hold a general meeting. In that, we are going to pass a special resolution. So we will be taking our members' approval first by passing a special resolution in the general meeting. After that, which form are we going to file? Everybody knows that. Fourth one, file form MGT14. MGT14 will be filing with the ROC within 30 days of special resolution. Simple things? Yes. Okay, now we have to submit application for the conversion. To whom are we going to submit? We are going to submit to the RD. Okay, so application for conversion, we need to take approval, we need to submit it with the RD. In which form are we going to submit? Please remember form number INC18. So INC18 is a form in which we are going to file an application for approval of proposal of conversion from section 8 company to the any other kind of company, and who is a nodal officer for that? Who is going to approve the conversion? Your regional director. Please remember your regional director. Now, after that, the sixth point, we'll be looking into documents from our notes. Before that, we need to publish the advertisement in newspaper. In how many newspaper are we going to give the advertisement? We are going to file the advertisement in 2 newspapers, and the format for advertisement is INC19. Please remember, advertisement format for conversion of public into private was 25A, but this is INC19. So INC19 format will be publishing in the 2 newspaper. One is English, another one is vernacular language. Okay, and when are we going to give this? The time limit for this, within 1 week of application. When we have to give? Within 1 week of application to RD. Okay, so once we give application to RD, within 1 week of that we have to publish in the newspaper, so that any of the person or authority, whoever has problem with this conversion, they can raise the objection, and ROC taking into consideration that objection, it may approve your conversion or it may reject your conversion. Okay, so this is how we have to go ahead. Along with that, the 7th point, we have filed an application to the RD. The same application you need to give to the other regulatories also, because being a section 8 company, you are enjoying various exemption under Income Tax Act. Also, government is giving you various exemptions. So you need to take approval from Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, also from Chief Secretary of State, also your ROC. You need to file this application with all the authorities. So we need to give notice along with the application to the ROC and other regulators, if you are regulated by some other regulatory. Also, we need to give application to Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Please remember all this. Okay, along with that, Chief Secretary of State, also central government or state government if applicable. Okay, to them this application will be sent by a registered post. How are we going to send the application? We are going to send the application through registered post. I hope this is very clear. Now, when we have given application to the RD and also given the public notice to the regulatories, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax, Chief Secretary of a State, then we shall wait for the objections. So if there are objections, if any person or authority has any objections, if they want to raise any of the objections, they have to raise this within 60 days. It is to be raised with RD within 60 days of notice. Okay. After that, now point number 10, in case, okay, see, applications we have given, right? Along with that, we have to give NOC. So what we have to do? We have to obtain an NOC. NOC is a no objection certificate. NOC we have to obtain from any of the authority who had given us a special status just because we were a Section 8 company. So now we are not a Section 8 company, so that special status will not be applicable to us. Okay. So we have to obtain NOC from the authority which had granted us special status or given any of the exemptions and privileges just because we were a Section 8 company. Along with that, we also have to attach previous 3 years audited balance sheet and P&L along with the auditor's report, director's report, everything. Okay, and annual returns of the company. Okay, this we need to attach with the application. Now whatever balance sheet we are filing for the conversion, okay, balance sheet we are filing, it should not be old balance sheet. Okay, so it should not be older than 3 months. So if you have done your audit recently, then it's okay. Otherwise you have to do audit again for the conversion. So balance sheet to be not older than 3 months, please remember. Okay, also we will require certificate of compliance. Certificate of compliance will be issued by the professional. Professional can be your chartered accountant or a practicing company secretary or a practicing cost management accountant. After that, 11th point, we have made application to RD. So RD shall start verification. So it shall start doing verification of our documents. So in case objections received and not received, in case we have received objections and in case we have not received objections, so we can write over here no objections. So in case we have received, I am writing R over here and no objection is over here. Please listen to this, understand this carefully. So when no objections are there, then directly evaluation will be done on the merit basis. Two things may happen. Your RD is satisfied, your RD is not satisfied. If your RD is satisfied, it shall grant you conversion. It shall approve conversion. But remember, this conversion will be approved subject to certain conditions. Subject to certain condition. Now what are the conditions? We are going to see that little later. Okay, but when it is not satisfied, RD is not satisfied, what it shall do? It shall reject the application. Okay, in case objections are received, in that case hearing shall be conducted. After hearing is conducted, if RD is satisfied, okay, then it shall grant you an approval. But this approval will be granted subject to certain conditions, and in case not satisfied, then it may reject. Can you file appeal anywhere? The answer is no, we cannot do that. Okay. Now we are going to see what are the conditions. These conditions are very, very important. Okay, so let's see the conversion condition. These are the conditions to be fulfilled, and if any company do not fulfill the conversion condition, it will be assumed like it has not received the approval. So approval will be revoked in case you don't comply with any of these conditions, and this all conditions are compulsory. So what is the first condition? First condition, whatever special status you have acquired because you were a section 8 company, you have to give it back. Okay, you have to give it back. Why? Because now you are no longer a section 8 company, but you are a profit organization now. Hence you cannot enjoy the privileges, exemption and status which is granted for the section 8 company. So what is the first condition? You have to give away your status of a special character. After that, second condition, say for example, any of the section 8 company has acquired a immovable property. What it has acquired? Any of the section 8 company has acquired a immovable property, that too at discount. So discount was provided to section 8 company because it is a section 8. But now it is going to continue hold that property, right? But now it is not a section 8 company. Don't you think it's not correct? Yes, it's not correct. So when any of the immovable property is obtained at discount, on conversion, okay, on conversion, section 8 company has to pay the difference amount. To whom it will pay the difference amount? From whom it has got the discount. So if land was acquired by section 8 company for 20 crores, the amount actual cost was 25 crores. So 5 crore was discount provided by the government. So that 5 crore discount has to be given or paid to the government, because now the company which is going to hold that land or enjoy that land is no longer a section 8 company, hence you are not eligible for the discount. Okay, so what you have to do, you have to pay the difference. What difference? Actual cost minus buying price. Correct? So this is the difference you have to pay. After that, third one, whatever are your accumulated profits or gains. Whatever are your accumulated profits or gains, can you carry that forward to a profitable organization? No, because this you have earned when you were a section 8 company. So in this your donations and everything comes. So can you take people's money for doing business without their consent? The answer is no. So accumulated gains and accumulated profits are to be paid. So accumulated gains and profits within 30 days of conversion. Within 30 days of conversion, first of all, what do you have to do? You have to pay off all the liabilities. So whatever is a liability of a section 8 company, it is to be paid off first. So your gains can be used for paying off the liabilities. After that, if balance, if any, if balance is there, can you distribute among the shareholders? No. Shareholders are not allowed to take a penny from the company. So whatever balance is there, you have to transfer that balance. Where you need to transfer the balance? You can transfer the balance to other section 8 company who is having similar object, okay, or you may also transfer that to IEPF, that is Investor Education Protection Fund. You will learn this in the dividend chapter. So you have to transfer that balance to IEPF or to the other section 8 company with a similar object. Clear with this? Understood? So these are the conditions which company has to comply during the conversion. If company does not comply with any of the provision or the condition, the approval given by the RD shall be revoked. Okay. So this was your step number 11, where we saw the conversion and the conditions allied to that. Now we are going to 12th one. Once we receive approval from the regional director to give effect to the conversion, we have to convene a general meeting, and in that we need to pass a special resolution. Why? Because we need to alter the memorandum articles, right? Because now we are no longer a Section 8 company. For alteration of articles and memorandum. Okay, after that we'll be filing form MGT 14 with ROC. Along with MGT 14, we'll be also filing a form called as INC 20A, called as INC 20. This both the forms we are going to file with the ROC only. Why are we going to file INC 20? Because in INC 20 we are going to file order of RD. Order of RD. So this both the forms shall be filed within 30 days of order received. Understood? Okay. And if ROC is satisfied in the 14th point, if ROC is satisfied, then it shall issue a certificate of incorporation. What it shall issue? A certificate of incorporation. So from this date, you are no longer a Section 8 company, but you are a profit organization. I hope you have understood the procedure. It was not so difficult. Just remember important forms whose approval we require, do we require advertisement or not, and that's it. Now we are going to start with the conversion of private limited company into an LLP. This is little different conversion, right? Because till now we have seen the conversion relating to one type of company into another. Both were registered under Companies Act. But now your private limited company is registered under Companies Act 2013, whereas our LLP is registered under LLP Act 2008. Right? So now our private limited to be converted into an LLP. So over here, as both are registered under two different laws, we will have to follow two procedures. Okay, but these two procedures are linked to each other. So first of all, we are going to incorporate LLP, and in that incorporation only subsequently we are going to do the conversion. So these two process we are going to do together. Now you will say, then ma'am, why not to wind up private and do public LLP? We cannot do that because this is going to affect your stamp duty. Whatever assets are there in the private limited, on conversion it will get transferred to the LLP. So when any of the entrepreneur wants to just change the status or the kind of organization, so now it no longer wants to have more shareholders, it wants to do more of receive FDI. So LLP is the best option under FDI, correct? We have seen in chapter number 10 and 11. So for that reason, many of the entrepreneurs may do the conversion. So instead of winding up private limited and then incorporating LLP, it may not be required that you will get the same name. So again you have to fight for your brand name and all. So it's better to convert than to incorporate. Okay, so let's see the procedure how to convert your private limited into an LLP. So there are certain prerequisites of that. There are certain prerequisites of conversion. So what are the prerequisites of conversion? First of all, whoever are the members of the private limited company, those all shall become the partners in the LLP. So all the members shall become partners in the LLP. Second, all your members should give consent. So we will require written consent from all the members in the private company. Any member who do not wish to continue, exit option should be given to them. Also we will require latest copy and acknowledgement. Latest copy and acknowledgement of your income tax return. So basically it should have elapsed at least 1 year from incorporation. So audit is done. Only after audit we file our income tax return, right? So before audit and all, it is not possible to convert your private into an LLP. After that we will require NOC from all the creditors, that is no objection certificate from all the creditors. Also no inspection, investigation, inquiry proceeding should be pending before the private limited. Everything should be done away with, then only you can go for conversion. Hence, no investigation or inquiry or proceedings shall be pending against the company. Okay, this was the fifth step. Very important. Private limited company can create charge, yes, but there is no concept of charge in the LLP. So when you are converting your private into LLP, we have to make sure that none of the charges are open. You have satisfied all the charges of your private limited. So no charges shall be open. Okay, all the charges have to be closed well before. After that, seventh one, our company should not be a Section 8 company. If it is a Section 8 company, we cannot convert it into LLP by this procedure. So company cannot be a Section 8 company. Clear with this? So these are the prerequisites for conversion of the private company into an LLP. Now we are going to the next, that is process of conversion. So we will start with our first step, process of conversion. So we are going to start with the first step. We are a private limited now, so we have to do all the compliances, calling of board meeting, holding board meeting, issuing general meeting notice. So let's begin. Yes, you can write along with me. Call board meeting by giving 7 days advance notice. After that, hold board meeting, and in that we have to do various transactions, that is you have to take the board resolution for this many things. First is proposal for the conversion. Second one, you have to fix day, date, time and venue for the general meeting. Don't assume you are an LLP till now, you are just doing conversion. So till now you are a private limited only. Also you have to do approval of notice along with the explanatory statement of the general meeting, and fourth resolution will be authorization resolution. Authorization we will give to company secretary or a director. Clear? I hope everybody was able to write with me. That's great. Now going to the third step. Now we are going to issue a general meeting notice. Issue notice of general meeting. This will be 21 clear days notice. After that, hold general meeting, and in general meeting we are going to pass a special resolution for this, right? Pass special resolution. Till now all the steps are simple, very good. Now we are going to the next. Once we have approved the conversion, few different step is there. I told you we have to incorporate LLP. What we have to do? We have to incorporate LLP. So very first step in incorporation of LLP is reservation of name, right? So we are going to reserve the name for LLP in which form? We are going to reserve name for LLP in run application, that is run LLP. Okay, run LLP, we are going to give a reservation of name. So in reservation of name, can we get the same name like a private limited? The answer is yes, because this is why we are going to convert our private into LLP, so that our brand name does not change. Okay, yes. After that, once you get the name approval, then you have to file documents for incorporation of LLP. And incorporation of LLP, which form is there? I hope everybody remembers. That's Philip, right? Okay, Philip form is to be filed for incorporation of LLP. Now along with the incorporation, I told you we are going to do conversion also. So this all are the linked from the linked process. The link I mean is, we cannot file alone Philip, but we have to file the conversion form along with that. Because once LLP is incorporated, immediately the conversion is going to happen. That's why if we file only Philip, ROC is not going to accept our form. So we have to file a linked form, everything together. After that, application for conversion. So application for conversion, we are going to file in form 18. This is LLP form 18. So along with Philip, we are going to file form 18. Now there are certain attachments which we need to file with Philip and form number 18, that is no objection certificate from all the members, no objection certificate from all the creditors of the company. We require certified true copy of special resolution and the board resolution where proposal for conversion is taken. We will require income tax return and acknowledgement of the same. Also, we require latest audited balance sheet. Balance sheet cannot be older than 30 days, please remember. When we file all this application, if your ROC is satisfied, it shall issue us a certificate of incorporation. Okay, so fourth step towards our incorporation or conversion is completed. So our LLP has come into picture. So once LLP has come into picture, the private limited company is no longer there. It got converted into LLP. Okay, once your LLP is converted, don't you think we have to do one more provision, one more compliance, that is filing form number 3. I hope you remember, agreement, right? So we have to draft LLP agreement. How to draft, everything is discussed in detail in chapter number 5. Okay, this we need to draft and file within 30 days of incorporation. And which form we have? We have form number 3. We need to submit it with our ROC, right? So now once our conversion certificate we have received, what we have to do? Our private limited will get automatically converted into an LLP. So now your private limited is no longer there. Which one is there? Only and only your LLP. Clear with this? Understood? Simple. This was procedure for conversion of private into LLP. Now we are going to see some different type of conversion, that is converting you are limited by guarantee company into limited by share. I hope everybody remembers chapter number 3 part B, that is second part. In that we had seen alteration of different clauses of memorandum. So first we saw how to alter name clause, then registered office clause, after that object clause, capital clause. But when we were learning the fourth type, that is change of the liability clause, I had told you that we are going to do this change in chapter number 12. Yes, I hope you remember. So this is the change we are doing. So how to change the liability? We have to change the type of a company. So over here, the existing company is limited only. So over here, we are not changing limited to unlimited or unlimited to limited, but we are changing from limited by guarantee company to limited by shares. Okay, so just we will revise what is a guarantee company. Guarantee company means where any person wants to become a member, they have to give an undertaking or guarantee that I am going to pay this amount at the time of winding up, right, or I cease to be member within 1 year of that I shall pay this amount. So in guarantee company we are not giving amount upfront, whereas in company limited by shares, in order to become member of that company you have to pay money immediately. Okay, so you have to pay upfront money. So this is the guarantee company and the other one is a share capital. So now this guarantee company we are going to convert into a having share capital. For that we have to comply with certain conditions. What is the first condition? We should have a fixed guarantee amount. We should have a fixed guarantee amount. Basically it should be on the monetary terms. Members of guarantee company cannot say that I will be providing my laptop, my AC, my refrigerator. Such company cannot be converted into a share capital company. Why? Because there is no guaranteed or fixed guarantee amount. Because whatever is going to be a guarantee amount, that is going to be your share capital amount. Okay? So for example, if right now your guarantee is 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees company is going to receive in the event of winding up, the same 2 lakh rupees will be the share capital in case of a conversion. Hence it's very important that we have a fixed guarantee amount. Also, we require unanimous approval of members. We require unanimous approval of members. Okay, so if there are any of the dissenting members, see basically for approving this conversion we require special resolution, but all the members should consent to this resolution. If they don't consent, the dissenting members should be given exit route. So there has to be provision for purchase of shares of dissenting members so that they are not unhappy with this conversion. Nobody can be forced, right? That's why even though special resolution is required in this, but we require unanimous approval, and if anybody is dissenting we need to give exit route to them. After that, a section 8 company, if a guarantee company is a section 8 company, we cannot convert that into a share capital because mostly the section 8 companies are guarantee companies only. So all companies except of section 8 company, all companies except of section 8 company can get itself converted into share capital company. Okay, so when it is a section 8 company, the conversion under this section is not allowed. After that, what is the procedure we need to do? We have to hold general meeting, and as discussed, we have to pass special resolution for this. Special resolution we need to pass because we need to alter the memorandum of association and articles of association, right? We have to insert the share capital clause in that. After that, once we pass the special resolution, we have to file form MGT 14 with the ROC within 30 days, please remember. Okay. Then we have to give application for the conversion. Now, application for conversion of guarantee company into limited by share company is under INC 27. Same like your first conversion form, which was from private to public. So, application for conversion to be filed with ROC in form INC 27. So, what we need to attach in this INC 27? We need to attach altered memorandum and articles. Along with that, certified true copy of the board resolution. Also, minutes of the general meeting. These are the basic documents which we need to attach. Okay. After that, 7th point, if your ROC is satisfied, if ROC is satisfied with your documents and it does not have any problem in conversion, it may approve your conversion and it shall grant a new certificate of incorporation. Okay. It shall grant us what? New certificate of incorporation. This new certificate of incorporation, it shall grant us in form INC 11B. Please remember the format. They will grant us an INC 11B. I hope you have understood. This procedure was very simple. Now in the next video, we are going to see procedure for conversion of unlimited company into limited. So that will be little lengthy procedure. Now we are going to learn a procedure how to convert unlimited liability company into limited liability company. So right now presently our company may be unlimited liability, which may be limited, that is unlimited by shares or unlimited by guarantee. So this company now we are going to convert into a company which is having a limited liability. So your unlimited liability is getting converted into limited liability. You are changing your liability clause, that is you are altering your memorandum. So this limited liability may be of your shares or your guarantee. So this is what we are going to learn, conversion of limited, that is unlimited liability, into a limited liability company. So let's begin. The very first step, we need to call a board meeting, and in that we are going to give advance 7 days notice. After that, second point, we are going to hold the board meeting. Now what are the formalities? You have to write yourself. So first will be proposal. Second step, fixing of day, date, time, venue. Third one, approval of notice along with the explanatory statement. And the fourth one talks about the authorization. So these 4 things to be done in the board meeting. After that, third step, we need to issue notice of general meeting, because we will require shareholders approval for this. 21 clear days. Fourth, we shall hold the general meeting, and in that we will be passing a special resolution for this. Okay, so we shall pass a special resolution for conversion of unlimited liability company into a limited liability. Now, Once we have passed this special resolution, within 7 days of that we have to give an advertisement. Okay, so advertisement point I am writing on the next page. So fifth point, we have to publish an advertisement in 2 newspapers, as we everybody know. One will be English, another one will be vernacular. So this publication of advertisement we need to do within 7 days of special resolution. Within 7 days of special resolution, we need to publish the advertisement in the 2 newspaper. The format will be INC 27A. Which format is there? INC 27A, and this is just like the public notice only, that earlier we are a unlimited liability company, but now we are going to get converted into a limited by shares company. So this is nothing but, this is notice of a conversion. Okay, what are we going to give? Notice of conversion. So what are we going to write? That company is getting converted from unlimited liability to limited liability. If there are any objections, okay, you can raise the objections within 21 days from the notice. So within how many days objections can be raised? Within 21 days from giving of the notice, you can raise the objection. So this was your public notice. After that, also we have to send the individual notices. Individual notices. Individual notice you need to give to all the shareholders of the company. Along with that, the debenture holders of the company, and also to all the creditors of the company. So we need to give individual notices to all of these people. So even if these people have any of the objection, they can raise objection within 21 days of the notice. After that, we are going to file a conversion application. File conversion application. The authority is same, your ROC. We don't require RD approval over here. So we are going to file conversion application with ROC. Very important. We have to file this application within 45 days of your application. That is, within 45 days of special resolution, you have to file this application. When you have to file application? Within 45 days of special resolution. If you don't file this application within 45 days, then your special resolutions are lapse. You have to again pass a special resolution. This application for conversion needs to be filed in INC2, which is a form number. INC2 is a form for application for approval of converting unlimited company into a limited company. Clear with this? Yes, now we are going to see what are the attachments to this INC2. First of all, we need to attach notice of explanatory statement, that is notice of general meeting. Along with that, explanatory statement. After that, we require to attach certified true copy of a board resolution. Then we shall require minutes of the general meeting where the conversion application was approved by the shareholders. Also, we need to give copy of newspaper publication which we have published. Along with that, altered memorandum and articles, altered MOA and AOA. Plus, we need to give certain additional documents, that is list of creditors and debenture holders. This list we have learned so many times now, right? So list of creditors and debenture holders. It shall consist of details like name and their address plus what is the outstanding amount which is receivable from company to this creditors and the debenture holders. This, along with this, we need various declaration to be given. This declaration, first of all, now the declaration over here, declaration will be given by two directors. One of them should be MD, another one will be your whole-time director. Along with the two directors, the company secretary. So all this shall be giving you various declaration. Now which all declaration they need to give? The very first declaration which is needed is conversion is not going to affect existing debts and liabilities of the company. Just imagine now you are an unlimited liability company. Means the members are liable to pay each and every penny of debt of the company by even selling their personal asset. The same company is getting converted into limited. So definitely your creditors will have a problem, right? So what is the first declaration? It shall not affect the debts and liabilities of the company. This is the first declaration need to be given by the required number of people, that is two directors and a company secretary. Second, company has checked the affairs of the company properly, okay, and then prepared the list of creditors. Then prepared the list of creditors and debenture holders. So in short, they want the conclusivity of the list of creditors and the debenture holders. After that, third, we have to say that company is a solvent company. What do you have to say? Company is a solvent company. An insolvent company cannot convert itself into a limited by shares company. So company is a solvent company and it shall not turn insolvent. So we are giving guarantee that company shall not turn insolvent for at least 1 year from conversion. At least 1 year from the conversion. So till 1 year of conversion, the company is a solvent company. Company is having so much of debts. Definitely statutory auditor is going to audit the affairs of the company and then give us a certificate, and then only such declarations can be given, right? So this was your third one. Fourth is none of the investigations and proceedings are pending before any court of law. Okay, so these are the 4 declarations which company needs to give. I hope it is very clear. Along with this, few other documents. I'll be starting like this only because this is in continuity. So in case you are regulated by some other regulatory, like if you are doing an insurance business, then IRDA. If you are a bank, then RBI. If you are NBFC, then RBI. So these are the other regulatories. So you have to obtain NOC from other regulatories if applicable. After that, we have to obtain NOC from all the creditors. Also, we require to take certificate from auditor. Okay, that's what? With certificate about solvency of the company. Okay, these are the documents which we require to file in your application for the conversion. I think this is very clear. Yes. Now we are going to check which step we are into. Okay, we are into the 7th step. Now we are going to the 8th step. Okay, now once we file application with the ROC, it shall do the evaluation of the same. So ROC shall evaluate the application. Okay, so when ROC is doing evaluation of the application, I'll write this on the next page. Objections may be received and objections may not be received. So no objections. Every time the same thing is there, the answer is yes. Okay, so when there are objections received, ROC has to conduct the hearing of that, and after that, if it is satisfied, it shall give approval for the conversion. If it is not satisfied, then it shall reject your application. Okay, in case no objections are received, directly it will do evaluation, and on the basis of the evaluation, it is going to give the approval. Same, if satisfied, give approval, not satisfied, it will be a rejection. So over here, if ROC is satisfied, it may give you approval for conversion of unlimited liability into a limited liability company. Okay, and if it approves, ROC issues certificate of incorporation. What it shall issue? Certificate of incorporation, and this will be in format INC 11A. Please remember, for limited by guarantee into share it was 11B and this is 11A. I hope this is very clear. Now we are going to see certain conditions. Okay, even this is part of the procedure only. There are certain conditions for the conversion of unlimited into limited liability. So, first of all, we are going to see some condition subsequent. So, once conversion is approved, all the unlimited liability company which has now become limited has to comply with this condition. Same like section 8 company getting converted into any other kind, the answer is yes. After that, what will happen? If they don't comply, then it will be revoked. Your approval which is given shall be revoked. So what is the first condition? Company should not change its name for period of 1 year from date of conversion. So from date of conversion, at least for 1 year, it is not going to change its name. After that, it will not declare any dividend or surplus without complying or without satisfying its previous all debts, liabilities, contracts which was there before the conversion. But exception to the rule, if your past liabilities have secured debts which are due to the bank, these secured debts are not to be counted. Clear with this, because they are already secured with the underlying asset. So this is not part of the debts and liabilities which company need to comply before declaration of the dividend. These are the conditions subsequent. Now we are going to learn what are the preconditions, or when your unlimited liability company will not be eligible to be converted into limited by share company. First, when the net worth of the company is negative. So when you are an insolvent company, can you be converted? The answer is no. After that, you have any of the application of striking off pending under any company law, that is 1956 Act or 2013 Act. If you have defaulted in filing of annual returns or financial statements, then also you cannot do the conversion. If the winding up application or petition is pending before NCLT, then also we cannot do the conversion. If any of the amount due on calls, so shares were taken by the directors and when the calls were made, director did not pay, and this was in arrears for 6 months or more. In that case also conversion is not to be done. In case inquiry, investigation, inspection is pending against the company, then also it cannot do the conversion. So these are the requirements or the condition to be fulfilled, and right now we saw what are the conditions where company cannot be converted into limited by share company. I hope you have understood the entire procedure. The written notes will help you to do the last minute revision. Now we are going to start with the second part of conversion. I hope you remember in the beginning of this chapter only I had told you there are two kinds of conversion we are going to learn. First part, that was conversion of companies into other type of companies. But now this part will be conversion of chapter or part 21 companies. Part 21 under Companies Act 2013. So in this particular part, which all conversions we are going to see. First conversion we will look into LLP shall be converted into a company. We know that LLP is registered under LLP Act 2008. So any entity which is not registered under Companies Act 2013, that entity is getting converted into a company which is registered under Companies Act 2013. So I hope this is very clear to all of you. Okay, so LLP getting converted into company, first conversion is this we are going to learn. Second conversion we are going to see your registered trust or registered society. Registered trust or society getting converted into a section 8 company. So basically only these two types of conversions are there in this part, and then we are done with the chapter. So without wasting our time, let's begin. First we will go to our notes. Okay. Now listen to this very carefully. There are part 21 companies. So what is the meaning of company over here? The word company over here includes partnership firm. It can also be converted into a company. LLP can be converted into a company. Cooperative society can be converted into a company. Society or any other business entity which is not formed under Companies Act but it is formed under any other law. So such entities can also be registered under this particular part. I hope you have understood this. But there are certain exceptions to the rule. So these are the exceptions whereby the conversion of this company will not be done unless we do a particular procedure or unless we comply with certain conditions. So any company which is registered under Companies Act 1882 or 1913 or 1956, they are not required to get registered under 2013. Why? Because automatically they are registered under Companies Act. So such companies conversion does not happen. I hope this is clear. After that, whenever there is any of the statutory company, please listen to this very carefully. What is a statutory company? Who is made because of the particular law, special law which is made by the parliament. So there is a statutory company, and over there company is having liability of member as limited. So which kind of liability it is? Limited liability company. So where members liability is limited, okay, it cannot register as an unlimited company or limited by guarantee. So whenever there is a statutory company made by parliament, that a special law is made by parliament, it cannot be registered as limited by guarantee company or it cannot be converted into a unlimited company. Clear with this? Please remember. After that, now whenever any company is registered and company is having limited by share and such company wants to get converted into guarantee company. In that case, it will be compulsory that you have a fixed capital or a fixed paid up capital which can be divided into a shares. So if any of the partnership or any of the LLP, they do not have the fixed contribution or capital which may be further called as a share capital, we cannot transfer such company till the time they bring permanent capital. I hope this is very clear, because the members will be holding this shares. After that, whenever we want to convert under this part 21, we require members approval. How are we going to take members approval? We are going to take members approval by majority. Basically, it requires a special resolution in the general meeting. So unless we take the members approval, the conversion under part 21 will not be possible. After that, when there is a statutory company, and the statutory company is unlimited liability. So liability of the members is unlimited. Okay, how is the liability of members? It is having unlimited liability of members. Then in such a case, what can be done? In such a case, they require at least 3/4 consent of the members. So basically they require general meeting and special resolution in order to convert it into limited by shares. Please remember this. Okay, but vice versa, it's not possible. But when unlimited liability is there, that you want to convert into limited, that is possible. Clear with this? Great. Now, whenever any company is about to be registered as a guarantee company, how can you register as a guarantee company? First of all, we require undertaking. So every member of a proposed guarantee company should give undertaking that it is going to contribute the asset at the time of winding up of the company, or within 1 year when it ceases to be a member. Within 1 year it ceases to be a member. So please underline very important points, I will highlight for you. So we require a resolution declaring that each member undertakes to contribute the asset of the company in events of being wound up, or within 1 year after he ceases to be a member, to pay such debts and liabilities as undertaken by them. Please remember. Also, whenever we want to form a public company under part 21, we require at least 7 members. For private limited company, we can have less than 7 members, that is, we can incorporate a private company with 2 members also. Okay, whenever there is any majority, this you will learn in your company law, whenever you have proposed the resolution for conversion and majority of members demands poll, then you have to do the resolution by poll only. I hope this is very clear. Great. Now we are going to start with our first conversion, that is conversion of LLP into a company. So let's begin in our notes. Under this part we are going to the first conversion of LLP into a company. As you know that LLP is governed by or registered under LLP Act 2008, and now we are going to convert that into a company which is registered under Companies Act 2013. So there are 2 different laws. Hence we have to follow 2 procedures. I hope you remember the conversion of company into LLP, right? So on the same lines, firstly we are going to incorporate the company, and secondly we are going to do the conversion. Now tell me, are we going to do this separately? The answer is no. It is a linked procedure. So all the forms for conversion as well as the incorporation will be filed together. That is a linked form. I hope this is very clear. Great. Now, whenever your LLP will be converted into company, all the partners of the LLP shall become the members of the company. So suppose there are 4 partners in LLP and out of 4, 2 does not want to become member of a company. Then can they put in the application that we too do not want to form the member of a company? This is not possible. So what they have to do? They have to do is they have to surrender the partnership only in the LLP. So first of all, removal of partner or resignation of partner has to be done. After that only you can file application for the conversion. I hope this is clear, because all the members, that is all the partners of LLP, are going to be the members of the company. Whatever will be the contribution, the contribution has to be fixed. If the contribution is not fixed, we cannot convert under this part. So this is going to be the share capital of the company plus all the contracts, all the liabilities, all the liabilities also will be transferred to the company as it is. So over here we are just converting LLP into a company and no new entity is formed. Entire structure remains the same, only the type of organization changes. Is it clear? Great. So now let's start with the procedure. The very first point, remember right now we are an LLP. So board meeting will not be there, the partners meeting will be there, right? So first of all, what we have to do? Convene partners meeting, and in this, as per your agreement, take the majority approval. After this is done, we have to make the name application also for the company. The answer is yes. Apply name application, that is reservation name. Where are we going to apply? Form run, that is we are going to make a run application. It is U, don't read it as O. Okay, we can give 2 options, but when we are converting the existing LLP, I would like to put my LLP's name into company. Now will ROC approve? Why not? Because you are converting your LLP into a company, so definitely ROC is going to approve your name, because in run application you have to select the button that we are converting under part 9. Clear with this? Understood? Great. So now once name is approved, after this start preparing documentation for incorporation and conversion. Right? Over here, are we going to do general meeting and all formalities? The answer is no. It's a firm, right? For conversion plus incorporation. Then fourth one. Now we are going to make application to ROC. This application will be together for incorporation as well as the conversion. Form number under this part is 1 only. So you want to convert LLP into company or section 8 company, that is trust or society, into section 8 company. We are going to use only one form. The name of the form is URC1. Which form is there? Form URC1. Now along with form URC1, what all documents we are going to file, that we are going to note down. First of all, we will require list of the members who are going to be your proposed members. After that, who are going to be your proposed directors. After that, we will have to give affidavit from the directors. Which kind of affidavit we require? The affidavit will be given as to they are not disqualified under section 164 of Companies Act. We have no disqualifications of director. Yes, so they have to give affidavit as far as the disqualification is concerned. After that, we will also have to submit the LLP agreement, the main constitution of the LLP. After that, the written consent we will require from each and every partner. written consent from all the partners. If any of the partner do not agree, then give exit route to him. Okay. After that, NOC, no objection certificate from all the creditors. This is also required. After that, we will have to give a advertisement in the newspaper. Okay. We will have to give advertisement in newspaper that we are going to convert our LLP into a private limited company. If anybody has any problem, you can come forward and give objection. This will be given in two newspaper. One will be in English, another one will be in the vernacular. This advertisement, please remember, cannot be older than 7 days of making application. Okay. So, if you are making application within 7 days of that, only the advertisement should not be older, please remember. After that, we will also require undertaking from the directors. What kind of undertaking we require? Directors will undertake that whatever are the stamp duty formalities. So, this will be undertaking for paying the stamp duty or completing the stamp duty formalities. Okay. After that, we will require acknowledgement of ITR, that is your income tax return. Okay. These are the documentation. This we submit with the ROC. After that, the fifth point, if LLP wants to get converted into company with limited by guarantee. Okay. So, your LLP is getting converted into a company limited by guarantee. In that scenario, we will require certain additional documents. Okay. We shall require certain additional documents. Now, what additional documents we will require? The first one, we will require list of all the partners, and this list they need to make 5 days before the application only. So, list not to be older than 6 days of application. Yeah, I had said 5, very sorry for that. So, it was 6 days of application. Okay. After that, we also require to give a list of proposed directors. In the list of proposed directors, we need to also give details about disqualifications if any, and in which all other enterprises they are interested. So, we require list of proposed directors. Okay. In this, we will require first of all consent, second declaration as to they are not disqualified under Companies Act, and thirdly we will require details about interested entities. Okay. So, this all we will require additionally if our LLP is getting converted into limited by guarantee. Now, if all of our documents are ready, then now we will go for filing of the form. Okay. So, next step, point number 6, as I told you, application will be filed for incorporation and also for conversion. So, these are the linked forms. For incorporation of company, which form are we going to file? Spice Plus. Along with that, for conversion, we have to file URC1. When we are filing Spice Plus, we are not required to file DIR 12 or form for the registered office separately. All the services are provided in the Spice Plus itself. These are the two forms we will have to file. And what are the attachments of Spice Plus? This we have already discussed in chapter number 2. Along with this, we have to pay the fees for incorporation, along with that the stamp duty also. Then if your ROC is satisfied, yes, very important, where are we going to do this application? ROC only. Okay. So if our ROC is satisfied, it shall issue a certificate of incorporation. The best part of this conversion is LLP is regulated by ROC, company is regulated by ROC, right? So we don't need to differently go and dissolve the LLP. LLP will automatically converted into a company. I hope this is very clear. So this was a first procedure for conversion of LLP into limited by shares or LLP into limited by guarantee. The difference between both is only few documentation are different, that's it. Now we are going to start with the last part of this chapter, that is conversion of your registered trust or registered society into a section 8 company. Now first let's understand registered trust. We know that registered trust is governed under which act? It's an Indian Trust Act 1882. And the another one we have registered society. This is under Societies Registration Act 1860. Okay, so Indian Trust Act and Societies Registration Act 1860. Now, both the organizations are non-profit organization. So, this conversion of trust into a section 8 company or conversion of society into a section 8 company is possible here. So, a private limited company cannot be directly converted into section 8 under this part, or one non-profit organization can be converted into other non-profit organization. Therefore, registered trust or registered society can be converted into section 8 company. But now listen to me very carefully. The regulators are very different. For trust it is Indian Trust Act and for society it is Registrar of Society, right? So what you have to do is, first procedure will be conversion. Okay, after that, once conversion certificate you get from the ROC, okay, where we have to apply, ROC is a person, but once conversion certificate you get, okay, after that you have to do the winding up formalities. Okay, so you have to wind up your society, you have to wind up your trust. If you don't wind up the society or trust, then the conversion certificate may be revoked, because trust and section 8 company both cannot be standing together, right? So this is a different scenario. I hope you have understood this. So first we will take conversion certificate from ROC, and ROC shall take a affidavit from us saying that first of all, directors have to comply with the stamp duty requirement, and secondly, they have to do the winding up under their respective authorities. Earlier case, we did not do winding up because the regulator was same, that was ROC, but now regulators are different, right? Because for trust, the regulator is sub-registrar, and for the society, we have registrar of society. So let's quickly go. Yes. So now we don't have a procedure as of for this, but very important is the documentation. So for documentation for both the conversion, that is registered trust and society, are one and the same. So let's start. The first conversion, registered society to get converted into a section 8 company, that is limited by guarantee. It cannot be converted into limited by shares. So what are the documentation required? We will require name, address and occupation of all the person, okay, who are the members of the society, along with the proof of membership, and this list cannot be older than 6 days from application. After that, we require list of the proposed director who is going to hold the directorship in a Section 8 company. Along with that, their DIN, their passport number if they have, their address, and where all, in which all firm and body corporates they are having any interest. After that, we also require the consent of each and every director. Then we require a list of person, that is members, their name and address, who were the governing body of the society. So there was a governing body of a society, right? I hope you remember chapter number 7. After that, a copy of certificate, that is registration certificate of a society. If your society is not registered, then you cannot be converted into a Section 8 company. After that, we require a written consent or a no objection certificate from all these secured creditors. Then also we need to take members' consent. So written consent of majority of members may be present in person or by proxy in the general meeting, and they will also give undertaking as to they are going to undertake some amount for the particular company. Also, proposed director will be giving undertaking as to they will complete their formalities under Indian Stamp Act. They also require latest income tax return of the society. Also, details of object of the company. What all will be the object of a Section 8 company? Now remember, your Section 8 company's memorandum has to be as per the requirement. First, the main object should be for promotion or activity. Second one, the declaration of dividend is prohibited. And third, the profits will be redeployed into the promotion of the object. These three requirements are compulsory. After that, when we want to register a trust into a Section 8 company, then the same documents are there. You can just read it once. All the documents are one and the same. So when both the application are given, okay, and if ROC is satisfied, ROC may give a license, because for Section 8 company we require a license, right? So license will be given by ROC in form INC 16. Okay, so once it receives a license, the company need not be suffixed with the word private limited or a limited. I hope this is clear. After that, it's very important that if society has not filed any of its annual return or defaulted with registrar of society, then they will not be converted into a Section 8 company. So first they have to complete all the formalities. So undertaking will be taken from all the members or partners or trustee that in event of registration, once company is registered in chapter 21, it will be compulsory to submit the documents with the required authority for the dissolution of trust or dissolution of the society. And if this dissolution documents are not submitted, then in that case the conversion certificate may be revoked. Okay, that's it students with this particular conversion. Now which all forms we require? As I told you earlier, same forms will be required. So registered trust, registered society shall make its memorandum article as per the requirement. URC 1 form along with the SPICE plus everything to be filed with the ROC, and it's a Section 8 company, so we will not be paying the stamp duty for that. I hope you have understood all the required conversions properly. Please go through all of them. It's not so difficult chapter. So I hope you have understood chapter number 12. I understand it was little lengthy chapter, only procedures are there, but believe me guys, it's not so difficult. If you remember whose approval is required in that particular conversion and which forms are to be filed, it will become very easy. So now let's quickly see what are the questions. Going to the unsolved questions first. Novotel is a private limited registered with the Companies Act. It wants to convert itself into a public limited. Is it possible? Why not? If yes, explain procedure for conversion to the board of directors. So simple, straightforward question. They are asking you procedure for conversion of private limited company into a public limited company. Clear? Yes. After that, Ms. Toral is a sole member and director of Toral OPC, desires to convert OPC voluntarily into private limited. As the PCS advised Toral in respect of conversion and procedural requirement to be followed in regard to this act. So this is conversion of OPC into a private limited. Is it possible? Yes. It's a voluntary conversion. Any time after incorporation we can do the voluntary provision, as now that 2 years rule is not applicable. Understood? But Toral has to take one more member in the company, then only it can be a private limited. Okay, so all these things we have to write in the paper. Along with that, Riddhi and Siddhi are two directors and shareholders of R&S Private Limited. Due to health problem, Riddhi wants to transfer her shares to Siddhi, and Siddhi will continue the company as an OPC. As a PCS, advise Siddhi regarding procedure to be followed to convert private into OPC. This is the vice versa procedure. Okay. Then briefly discuss provision relating to conversion of private into LLP. Understood? Is it possible to convert listed company into LLP? The answer is no. We cannot convert a listed company into LLP. Okay? Yes. After that, the solved questions. What penalty can be imposed on OPC who contravenes the provision with respect to conversion of private into an OPC? The penalty is officer in default is liable or punishable from 5,000, which may extend to per day 500 rupees. Okay. Then unlisted public companies having 220 members and 5 director and is having public deposits of 5 crores. Shareholders deposit of 3 crores, paid up capital is 1 CR, free reserves is 1 CR, bank loan is 2 crore. It's proposing to convert into a private limited. Mention the condition to be satisfied before conversion of company into private limited. Very important condition. So there are two questions. Conditions to be satisfied and procedure to be complied with for conversion of unlisted public company into a private limited company. So let us write down what all things company has. Okay, it has a public deposit first of all of 5 CR. Then shareholders deposit, that is members deposit 3 crore. Okay, wherein the paid up share capital is 1 crore and free reserve is 1 crore, right? So how much deposit they can accept from members? 100% of paid up plus securities premium plus free reserve. So this comes to 2 crores only. And how much they have accepted? 3 crore. So what all things they have to do? There are 220 members. So first of all, they have to reduce the number of members to 200. First one. Okay. Second one, public deposits are there of 5 crore. This has to be repaid because company cannot have any public deposits. Private limited, can they accept deposit from the public? The answer is no. After that, members deposit also, it cannot exceed 100% from paid up plus free reserves plus securities premium account, right? So as far as members deposits are concerned, they have to repay 1 crore. Why? Because how much is allowed? Only 2 crore and they have accepted 3 crore. So these are the conditions they need to satisfy before the conversion. Now let's check the answer. Reduced to 200, repaid in full, then yes, so company has paid up of this, hence 1 crore needs to be repaid. Clear with this? After that simple procedure we have to write. Okay. Yes. So that's it with our part A. We are done. From the next session we'll be doing your part B, that is chapter number 13. Till then, goodbye.